Hello, hello! Do I have music on? Yeah. Okay. Is the music loud, guys? Hello! Hi, everybody. I slept like 3 hours because lately... I think, no, the music is on. The music is on. Lately, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I keep waking up at like 5 a.m. and I can't go back to sleep. So, and I go to sleep at like 2 a.m., so I barely get any sleep. I think it's the melatonins I'm taking for some reason. Like, they're making me fall asleep, but then they're making me wake up. Sparkshot! Thank you for the 16 months! And I think somebody resubbed on Twitch. And Spark- oh my god, you double dipped on Twitch and on YouTube! Thank you so much! Yeah, I've been freestyling my body clock, exactly. Yeah, fuck melatonin, I don't want to take that anymore. It's not worth it if it's gonna make me, like, wake up earlier. It's so weird. Okay, what about now? Do you guys hear the music now? Anyway, so I'm gonna try to get through this, but like I was like, okay, well, I can't sleep, so I might as well wake up, and I've just been watching videos regarding the VShojo thing since 6 a.m. I'm like going crazy. I'm like watching these videos, taking fucking notes, and then, oh shit, what is this? A 2x donation match in progress? What does that mean? Oh my god, we're so close to 1 million, guys. We're so close to 1 million. The Tiltify Iron Mouse Immune Deficiency Foundation is currently sitting at $991,000. Yes, this is the right number, right? Yes. Let's be hype about it. We're so close to $1 million. Super close. Like I said yesterday, I think it's really, I mean, a lot of people have been tweeting about that, the same sentiment. It's cool that the community is going together to do something positive here. And despite of all, like, the, you know, the negativity and the very unfortunate situation that's going on. Iron Mouse yesterday tweeted, I don't really have words that can properly express how I feel. I feel like saying thank you to everyone is not enough, but thank you all so much for your kindness. My heart is so full. It feels like it's going to explode. You all are truly amazing. I'm gonna go cry now. And Tiltify even released a video today thanking Iron Mouse and the community. We can take a look at it real quick. Actually, it's very short. It's like 2 minutes long. They even included her song. It's very cute. Oh yeah, Mod, can you guys pin the link again?
Hello, I'm Jory Berry, and I lead the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Sometimes it's hard to find the right words to say, but I'll try. I wasn't expecting Iron Mouse to create the Tiltify fundraiser to benefit us, but it shouldn't have surprised me, because that's who she is. Even in the midst of challenges, she thought of us.
IDF, sorry. Did I say Tiltify? Yeah, sorry, I have lack of oxygen going to my brain right now.
Before herself. And what has been raised in less than 48 hours is surreal, overwhelming in the best possible way. But honestly, I've known how special Mouse is for a long time. What I didn't know is that an entire community would rally around the Immune Deficiency Foundation in a way I couldn't have imagined. I sent Mouse a message yesterday. I told her that her authenticity and vulnerability inspire me.
True.
But so do you.
Oh.
You've inspired me in ways you may not even realize. Gratitude doesn't begin to describe it. So whether you were able to donate or not, you made a difference. More people.
Dude, I just came out of a therapy appointment. I don't want to cry again. This is too do a fucking... She's gonna make us cry.
People know about the Immune Deficiency Foundation. More people know about primary immunodeficiency. More people know about the need for plasma donation. Vulnerably, authentically, and very much sincerely. Thank you.
Short and sweet. It's a nice action. I think it, sorry, the word is, it's a nice gesture for them to just take a moment and release that video thanking her and stuff. I think it's pretty cool. There's been a lot of other members, especially, well, you know, most of the EN members had already like officially quit in the first like 48 hours. But now most of the Japanese members have also, you know, made their tweets where they like officially parting ways with VShojo, or at least letting the community know about it. I don't know if this is all finalized behind the scenes, like contract-wise. Nolo Cobra Link, thank you so much for the Twitch sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Oh my god. We're only missing 3K? Oh my god, it's gonna pass. Should we just leave it on? I feel like this is gonna get... I think that we're gonna hit 1 million, like, really close. Alright. Alright, I have a minute. Okay, everybody go get a drink right now. Once it hits 1 million, everybody's taking a shot. Sorry, everybody's taking a cheers. It doesn't have to be a shot, just a cheers, okay? Or go get a glass of water if you can't drink. We're gonna pop the bottle of champagne at 1 million. Chug a pint. I'm at work. Well, even better. Even a more reason to. Cat Girl Goddess! Thank you for 300 bits! Rima, I'm driving. I can't take shots. Aren't you in a South American country? I'm sure you can. I'm joking, guys. Don't drink and drive. Be responsible. 999! It's at 999! We're almost there. It's not even 1K away. It's... Ah! We got it! We hit it! It was so fast. Somebody donated like 1,000. We fucking did it! Woo! We were here when it happened. Cheers! Congratulations, everybody. We did it. Congratulations to Iron Mouse who put this all together. And community who's I love all the cheers in the chat. You know what we need? We need that Leonardo DiCaprio like Great Gatsby gif where he's doing the cheers. It's like my favorite. Oh, this is so cool! How long is this gonna be up? I mean, honestly, at this point, 2 million is... It could be done. It could be. Congratulations, everybody. Bravo, bravo. We can all pat each other on the shoulder. I suspect by Friday it's going to reach 2 million. So right now it's been up for... What? It's been 3 days? Like... How long has it been, guys? More than 48 hours? Cool. Whoever suggested that we watch it go up, that was a good idea. That was a good idea. Especially since it was going up so fast. Like, it was a good call to remind us to look at it right now. Or we would have missed it if we just didn't have it open. We would have missed it. Yeah, 3 days and 1 mil. But also, it's kind of like at the hypest moment. Cool, cool. Okay, well, I'm awake now. I'm awake again. Cool. It is still going up, mind you. Look at that. But yeah, let's look at Hestia's tweet. So she's saying, in regards to the recent incident, I've decided to terminate my contract with VShojo and return to being an indie. To everyone who have supported me and celebrated this new chapter, I'm truly sorry for how things have turned out. I was unaware of what happened between my senpais and the company, and they deserve so much better. Before I joined VShojo has always been a company I deeply admired, known for its incredibly talented streamers and its talents-first approach. I was genuinely overjoyed when given the opportunity to join under JP Group. I felt like a chance to grow as a creator, elevate my content, follow the road of the senpais, and give back to everyone who supported me on this journey. Although my time in VShojo was short, I'm so grateful to have met all the senpais and my group mates Nova. We went through so much together even before debut, which brought us closer. Each one of them is incredibly hardworking, kind, and inspiring. I truly cherish and care for every single one of them. I also want to sincerely thank all the JP staff who have worked with, and to our JP and EN senpais who continuously encouraged and cared for us. As for Nova's future, not much has been disclosed, and discussions are still ongoing with the JP staff, and nothing has been finalized yet. Once again, I'm truly sorry to everyone in the community for what you're going through right now. Thank you so much to those who have continued to support me. Your messages mean the world to me, and I'll keep doing my best as Hestia Happiness, and I hope to keep creating content that will bring happiness. I'll be streaming today at 22:30 p.m. JST to share my insights to the situation. Oh, I gotta add that to the... Okay. I gotta make a note to also go through that video. But seriously, guys, it's been non-stop new accusations, new allegations, new information getting revealed. There is so much to go through, and I guarantee you there will be more for the rest of the week. We're still waiting from a response from VShojo. As you guys remember, the JP CEO told Kayson that they were working on a response, so it's taking a really long time. Now, Silverveil yesterday also tweeted that they made her sign a pretty aggressive NDA, and they even made her mom sign an NDA. LM responded saying that the NDA might not hold up, but I actually wonder. Monkey! Thank you for the super chat. Imagine if VShojo put out a statement with receipts proving they're completely innocent. Obviously that won't happen, but it would be an absolute wild plot twist. There's no way they are completely innocent, but they'll probably play the one thing led to another, it was not malicious, it was just incompetence, I think. At the end of April, Cinder exploded. At the end of July, VShojo imploded. I can't wait to see what Halloween brings. Is this the pattern? The 3 month gap? Yeah, so Silverveil basically says, my heart goes out to all the communities affected by this recent news. I know that it isn't surprising and heart-wrenching for a lot of people. There's a lot I wish I could say, but I signed a pretty aggressive NDA. They made my mom sign one too. All I can say is that it's been bad for a long time, and I warned everyone as much as I could. It was so much worse than you could imagine. The VTubers make the agency, not the other way around. To take advantage of those who trusted you is vile. Never derive your value from an agency. Believe in yourself and your content because you're worth so much more than you can imagine. So, there's also 2 other people that were supposed to debut with VShojo that passed the auditions that have made, their statements. And there's another person that applied back in 2019 and didn't get picked, I believe. So there's Phoebe Chan here. Phoebe says, I was one of the undebuted VShojo talents who passed the audition last year. So she was probably in the gen with Pia, is what I'm assuming. I would have already debuted with them by now if all had gone as originally planned. I was looking forward to everyone I was planning to do with the community, other talents, and the VShojo team. though maybe looking forward to it is an understatement, because for the entirety of 2025, it was my everything. I was going to be with Mint. Oh. Okay. Maybe I should have done the Mint video first, though, just to give you guys context. Okay, well, just to give you guys context, Mint also made her own statement about VShojo. She technically was a talent with VShojo behind the scenes for a year, y'all. And for an entire year, she was supposed to have her own like idol group with VShojo. Gunrun was down with it. And then it never debuted. So yeah, there we are. Phoebe is cursed for Sayuri Pro, then Prison now VShojo. Oh my god, she's unlucky. Yeah, that was wild to learn. Like, I'm telling you guys, every single stream somebody is doing, we're learning new crazy shit. This is the craziest timeline. I just can't wrap my head around it. Okay, let's finish reading this. It's been busy all year dedicating my time and energy to debut prep. A lot of passion went into it, not only from myself, but also from wonderful staff. Shout out to Panini, you are everything. I was so excited to join a company with so many talents who I admire, a company that was supposedly truly talent first. We found out it's the complete opposite. A company with an open mind. I was so excited to finally have support and belief in my vision for delivering the excitement of idol culture to a much broader audience, and especially for the 2.5D idol content I've been trying to shape since my VTuber debut in July 2020. I was so excited to find a new place to belong. After all, Prism Project has suddenly shut down last year, and this would be the third agency I'd have been part of. I was hoping it would be the last. I was hoping I wouldn't have to keep searching for a home. But there was a lot of moments where sometimes something didn't feel quite right, or I'd feel overlooked, but we did our best. I did my best, other talents did their best, and Panini did her best. As the situation became less clear, as things kept getting majorly delayed or forgotten. This is a pattern we're going to see today throughout all the statements. As big promises were made and then dropped when we were left in the dark about a lot of what was happening, only to be jump scared by bad news that just kept getting worse over time. Additionally, I was required to put my Ami Amami VTuber on hiatus in preparation for debuting soon after, only to learn that I'd have to wait a few more months and then a few more months again. Naturally, this was a big strain on my finances, which was compounded further when I found out that I'd have to self-fund an anniversary album that they had promised to cover for me, since the debut was no longer going to be before my 5-year anniversary. Jeez, man. How many people can they put in debt? Despite all of this, I kept believing in the dream. I held on to promises, thinking it's okay, things will get better. If I just work hard and push through that shining moment when I can join everyone out there. Sadly, that moment isn't coming anymore. At least not here. Not at a company that kept so many secrets that no one even internally knew or knows exactly what's going on. And definitely not a company that hypocritically claims to be talent first, as they withhold charity funds and talent income. Even now, despite the fact that I was supposed to be on the cusp of my debut, I discovered that due to poor communication and delayed payments from VShojo's side, very few of my assets that had been prepared were fully completed. Aside from a logo and a few art pieces, no stream overlays, no background music, no art or rigging for my new model. In many ways, after the last year had come and gone, I am no better off for having held on to the VShojo dream. With everything still so incomplete, I can debut my new look even though we worked so hard despite the troubles along the way. I can't debut my new look. As disheartening as it is to think about, everything I passed up on for VShojo's sake this last year resulted in nothing but loose ends. All that said, I didn't want this to focus so much on the negative. There's been enough out there in the past couple of days and just in general. What I want to do is say thank you to all the former, current, and future talents for being so inspiring and so strong, even though we shouldn't have had to be that strong. Thank you to the wonderful staff that I had the pleasure of meeting and working with, who were legitimately kind and hardworking people. There were quite a few. Thank you to my Phoebe Hive community for being so patient and kind all this time, even when you could tell I was feeling down and struggling. I want you all to know that, yeah, my heart and mind and body are all exhausted, and it hurts to keep entrusting my dreams to different companies and different opportunities, hoping that all the hard work you put in every day will finally blossom into something beautiful, only for it to fall short from one reason or another every time. But even if it's been every time up until now, I'm hopeful for what comes next, so I'm not giving up now. I'll keep searching for a different way to reach my dreams, and I know everyone else will too. Please give all your love and support to past, present, and would-be future VShojo talents and imaginers and staff who did their best without knowing what was going on above all of us this whole time. We'll keep moving forward. There's also Barry. Oh, Zentria replied to her. I don't believe I got to meet you, but I would love to talk. Sending lots of love. Cute. God, how does anybody drink White Claw? That shit's disgusting, by the way. I'm never buying this again. Anyway, So Barry's statement says, I know some people have noticed that I've been spotty with streams lately, and the reason is actually because I was supposed to join VShojo this year. A lot has happened, and after over half a year after signing, I requested to have my contract voided. I won't go into details, but it was an opportunity that I was very excited about, and I'm sad that I won't be able to bring you everything I had in mind. I'm sorry for all the delayed projects and ideas I excitedly talked to you guys about, but I'll be working on them by myself slowly. To the few people at VShojo I was able to talk to, thank you for giving a chance to a bug like me. I hope everyone who hears about this news, even if you don't know me or watch me, can still send support to the VShojo girl, both existing and my gen mate. I'm sorry things turned out this way. Thank you to my bug bros and friends for always supporting me and being there for me. You guys are the reason why I'm strong. No, still no word from Gunrun. And then there's also this VTuber, Momo, saying, I guess I'm glad now, considering back in 2019, I spent almost 2.5 years spiraling about my self-worth in the entertainment world and in my friendships, all because I signed a 2-year contract with VShojo, spent a bunch of money and time to prepare, only for them to turn around and tell me they were re-evaluating their business and that I could reapply in the fall when they were doing tryouts. I hope all VShojo talents can get what they are owed. Hearing all of this is just heartbreaking. Shame on VShojo. Is there anybody they haven't screwed over? Actually, I know the answer to that, and the answer is no. Because, they even screwed over Sayu. Which is insane. I'm just gonna pull up the tweet real quick. I thought I had it. So she says, I know I may get crap for saying this, but there's no time like right now to be honest about it. Wait, I got a cough. One sec. Okay. I know people would often name drop VShojo when I say I wanted a home, especially after I had the hard experience of my life 2.5 years ago. She's talking about Ninji here. And yeah. People would often tell her to go to VShojo, which I think put her in an awkward position. And I never shared the real reason. I was more aggressive towards them or shutting down that idea. 2 years ago, on the 7th of February 2023, a kind friend helped me through the insane turmoil and panic I was feeling from being locked out of the accounts I had at the time. They knew Gunrun personally and offered to connect us. Because he also thought that he could help me. As desperate and determined as I was to find a solution that would help not just me, but others who were still in Niji too, I jumped at this chance. The three of us talked in person and I told Gunrun about everything that one girl had experienced, talking about Zion Lenza, and seen while in Niji. Everything from the unfairness of staff, the small percentage from merge, how trapped and hopeless it felt for her to fight back, or just exist there, though she tried so hard. And then I pitched my idea. What if that girl and several others left and they made a gen of ex-Nijis in VShojo? Would he be willing to help them create a better future together? To my surprise, he said he liked the idea and asked me who else did she think would be interested in leaving with her to do this. She honestly didn't know too many of the people there that well in her short time, but she named a few who had been friends to her and she knew in private. She really wanted to help those there, and we spent the night brainstorming talking about this. After showing some considerable interest to my surprise, Gunrun then introduced me to one of the managers at the time so I could tell them the same story. Gunrun told me he wanted to help and that this sounded like a plan, and simply had to wait for Niji and I to part ways. I remember having so many feelings of relief and confidence. I felt like I'd found my hope. Of course, the one girl was terminated, doxxed, and no help was offered. Even months later, I would reach out to him again, and like we had never spoken, he gave me a surface level response. It feels like VShojo has done that a lot, promised people they would onboard them, and then ghost them or end up telling them that it's not going to work out. I want to apologize to anyone who asked in the past about this for being angrier than I would have been in this case if this hadn't been the case. This is also where my comment of saying what I did about VShojo as a whole came from in the past. It wasn't the other people's fault. Unfortunately, I really just felt trapped and abandoned all those years ago, and even now I remember how it felt. I hope this explains why for so long I felt like I wasn't worth saving. I felt like I had no value. I felt like, why just me left out? I know I dodged a bullet, but part of me still wished I could have suffered together with others that I wanted to be with as allies instead of being a reject. She censored her name to protect the privacy of those involved. And Sayu says, they locked me out of everything, so it's time for things to get really bad. The VTuber is like, are you free today after 10 p.m. to talk in person? What, how? If you are down, I think you should chat in person. I'll fly up if you're down with that. Or maybe that's a manager, I don't know. I'd be interested in that very much, yeah. I'm free, but are you sure? I know you and him are super busy. Sure, we're driving to... We'll meet somewhere close by that's private. Can figure out better places afterward if needed. Keep all of this low-key, of course. Yeah, of course. I'll be at your place at 11. I'm gonna be a little late. I'll hang out in the meantime. And this is a message between her and a VTuber rooting for her to saying, I'd vote for you to join like a VShojo talent. And then the message reads, I'm willing to share everything if he's okay having that burden. I really appreciate even just the thought. Staff's even blocked me off every other channel on Slack, and even the senpais thinks this is nuts. Or that name even thinks that some other company or something is pressuring Niji behind the scenes or something. I'll pick you up at your place at 10:30, 11 if you're free. Sure, we're driving up. Lucifer, thank you so much for the 10 months resub. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me grab some water. Okay, next on my list. Check my notes. Quickly, Zentria Hill tweeting, in all seriousness, I know VShojo had times where they would take forever to process a payment out to artists when they worked with me. If the payment was through VShojo and not me, I just want to make sure if you were paid, contact me on what project. I'm so sorry. There's a few things I tweeted about today that I think are pretty big as well. So first of all, there is this investor. Investor, I believe he's like crypto bitcoins. And he talks about a situation where basically his friend Kat, which is somebody that supports a lot of VTubers, was offered $2 million to buy the whole thing, like VShojo, the whole thing, but his friend refused because they believed that obviously the operation was not profitable. They were losing tons of money. He says, I don't know how it ended this badly, but going through the financials, TBH, it just looked like a team that never ran a business before. I feel like 2 million is pretty low, considering the amount of money that's probably being owed. Some people were calculating up to $3 million. And then he also says that one of his friend is one of the largest investor in VShojo. And then he says rip $0, meaning like they made zero fucking money. And then he says maybe the loan the company took legally required them to be paid back first before the 500k stream donation go through to Iron Mouse. Not sure. Still believe it's just a terribly ran business rather than fraud, or at least I hope. And then this guy says, I knew some people that worked there, completely turned me off from ever pivoting to VTubing. Believe half the staff there was there to exploit. Half was just nerds trying to do something fun, passionate, terrible outcome. CL pushes back on that. He's like, I don't think it was exploitative. But he said the spending is just bad. My friend was their largest investor, so they didn't need to exploit. And then he says, listen to that, guys. We lost $10 million, so they had the dollar to blow on making VTubers go big and famous without ever earning dollars even close to their expenses. That's how it went down. They spent $10,000 investing in VTubers, but they never balanced their accounts. They never made the money back to justify these expenses. Fascinated, they were unprofitable. They were losing a lot each than just simply being unprofitable. Every year they lost millions of dollars until they went into debt. And then they couldn't pay their debts anymore. Had to pay debts, but they can't ever pay it, which is why people didn't get paid either, nor did the donations ever go through. Super badly managed. Yeah, the business model must have been stupid too. Okay, do you guys want to watch? You guys want to watch Made Mint, or do you want me to summarize it? Watch? Okay. It's short. It's like 15 minutes. So, we can take it pretty well. That custom wrap VShojo car at the booth last year can have been cheap. I mean, wrapping a car is not like super expensive. The mint video. Yeah, so she also hasn't been paid for most merch drops. The biggest thing was that she was actually like a talent behind the scene because she pitched an idol group to VShojo, but then it fell through the cracks. I'll let her explain it.
Is it live? I can't tell.
It's live!
Oh, I think so. Sorry. I'm nervous. Hello, everybody. Hi. Oh gosh. I'm nervous. Oh, I'm not used to stuff like this. I wanted to keep this kind of short. I just, wanted to clear up some stuff. Things that I could tell you guys, kind of giving you a little more context. So a little more behind the scenes, a little more, reasoning as to, some things happening. I'm so sorry for doing this. I really hate, I would hope that you guys know that I don't like to get myself involved in these types of things unless I'm truly actually involved. And I felt that this sort of impacted my streaming activities enough that I should probably make a statement. And I'm just gonna be pretty frank with you guys, and I'm not gonna be I'm going to just kind of tell you guys how things are. And yeah. So first I kind of want to give you guys a bit of a timeline of how things were with me and my relationship with VShojo, because I don't make this stream lightly. So last year I did the podcast with Matara. And at that time, I was not, I was only working with VShojo. I was not in VShojo as a member. And we released merch and things like that. I do want to mention I did not receive money for that from any of the merch drop.
Yep.
But it wasn't really about that for me. So I, just kind of wrote it off. And, Matara and I, we did we have the money from the Patreon itself. So it was just the merchandise that we did not get paid for.
So the first instance of her working with VShojo, it was not as a member, like not affiliated with them, just doing the podcast with Matara. No money for the merch drop. That's the first point.
But I'm trying to figure out how to say this without it sounding too embarrassing. Last year, in like mid podcast time that we were recording, we had gone to Japan together, and we had gotten COVID together, and we were stuck in a hotel together. And at that time, I kind of was talking to Matara, and I was saying how I was sorry. How I was just feeling pretty lonely, and how I was feeling how I
yeah, she tears up, or like her voice kind of cracks a couple times. It's hard to watch.
Was really wanting to join a group or a company, and how VShojo would be good, but it wasn't exactly goal oriented towards the things I wanted to do, and on that trip, we had the idea, or we came up with the idea where potentially I could pitch an idol group, Gen, to VShojo. Oh my gosh, it's so weird saying this out loud to you guys right now, because I've haven't really told anybody.
It's crazy. It's crazy because we didn't have any idea.
And so I pitched that to them, and actually Gunrun and I knew each other even before I became a VTuber, we connected through idols, and so he seemed very keen about the idea, and so from then I had signed on as a member, technically, and they auditioned for
So at that point, she had signed on as a member.
2 other members that were going to be a part of the idol group that we would form, and so I believe some other people were coming out about their experiences, like Barry and Pia. They were not a part of what I was working on. They were supposed to be debuted after us.
So the first statement we read about that girl that passed the audition, that had the screenshots like on a notepad, she is rumored to have been one of those that were supposed to debut with Minto's group.
And
they're royally screwed, Mint.
I felt very confident in was who we were working with in VShojo. Our group actually worked mostly with the JP side of VShojo, and things were, albeit a bit slow.
I feel like since she's saying that they work with the JP side of VShojo, I was like kind of more hopeful because the Japanese CEO said that their cash flow was actually good on the JP side, but dependent on the EN side. So ultimately it was bottlenecked. Bun Fomet, thank you for the YouTube subscription. Well, membership, I mean. Welcome to the Cute Squad. Thank you guys. Thank you for the memberships.
Things were not bad. And sorry.
Oh.
I just was really happy that I was working towards a common goal with 2 other people that I was really excited to be with. And the staff were really good to us, I do want to say. And there were a lot of opportunities that were lining up, and some that probably will never come to fruition, but that's okay.
Oh man.
And sorry. And so we actually were initially supposed to debut a while ago, but things kept getting pushed back, which, was understandable at first, but it kind of got...
It coincides with what everybody else has been saying about the debut. Push back, and then it's cancelled.
A little frustrating with planning certain projects. And then I'm trying to gather my thoughts so I can give you guys a more transparent idea of what's happening, but also not get in legal trouble. But VShojo also helped with my merch drop that I did after most of...
It's sad that she went from Niji when she talks about like the missed opportunities, and then I just remember that clip of her like tearing up in Niji because they had made her lose a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and then you hear her kind of like going through the same thing again with this company. Like, dude, can they catch a break, please?
With like the mugs and stuff.
We're all tired. We're getting secondhand suffering, even though we didn't go through this, because she's such a precious gem,
I also did not see that money, but I was so confident about my group working out that I sorry, it wasn't really about that, and I just, kind of said it'll be okay, it'll work out. And sorry. So I do want to say though that please, obviously support all the talents. Everybody's kind of going through it. I'm sorry.
And she's so professional, she's like apologizing to her audience and to us. And every time that there's like twice where she was owed money from them, and every time she's just like, but it wasn't about that. It wasn't about the money. Like, I didn't care about that. I really believed in the project. It's just sad, man. Martin Drodds, yeah, this got worse by the hour. Min specifically was in the process of creating an idol group under VShojo. Man, she can't catch a break. I know, dude. I heard VShojo also kicks puppies. True, and baby seals probably. Just like Boa Hancock.
I am, wasn't an I wasn't an outward facing talent, but I guess I was a talent for over a year now. I guess, but also a lot of the staff are kind of, a lot of the former staff and a lot of people were really good people. A lot of them did not know about what was happening until very recently, and so our team that we were working with, they told us, they said, we want you to know what's going on, and it was a lot.
It wasn't even told like officially by the people. It was just told after so much delay. The team she was working with was like, yo, we gotta be honest with her because we're getting their hopes up, and then they broke it to them. Like, what the fuck? It's like that other person, Pia, who like learned about VShojo going down from like hearsay at Off Guy. Can we just have... It's a company and they can't even do proper like official communications.
And that's now kind of where we're at present day. Basically everything has there was a lot of stuff that was being planned, and I'm really sorry that I don't have really anything for you guys anymore at the moment. But I can say my 3D 3D debut concert should still happen. And the JP staff were really amazing to help make that happen for me. And yeah, I don't really know what else to say. I didn't want to make this very long anyway. I just kind of wanted to get this off my chest so I can move forward. And I'm sorry for I'm sorry for causing this kind of trouble. And I like to just keep the vibes good on my channel, but I felt this was kind of important to bring up, and so I just kind of wanted to I didn't want to drag this out, and I'm sorry also for bringing this up as well when there's already so many people coming out about things and so much talk. But thank you guys for being here for me, and I hope that you guys can give your support for everybody else as well. And yeah, sorry. Okay, I think that's all I really needed to say. I hope that cleared some things up for you. And it's really unfortunate that nobody knew how bad it was, except the people who knew how bad it was, and they were just kind of willing to let everyone else walk into a burning building. And
I you know what? I didn't even catch that reference before. Nobody knew how bad it was except the people who knew how bad it was, and they just let everybody walk into a burning building. Yo, my OBS just super bugged. Are we okay on stream? Jesus, what's going on? It's so buggy right now. Okay.
Everybody that I worked with was really amazing, and so I'm just really sad that it didn't, have a chance to even see the light of day. But yeah, sorry. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I will continue doing my best, and hopefully, hopefully something will happen for me one day. We'll see. I really am not good at marketing myself or doing anything like that. So I was really excited about having a company that could help me with opportunities. And
man,
having a group of friends that I could stream with again, and but if I guess, you know, the delays in debut were more of a blessing in disguise. And I wouldn't be able to do all the things that I can do at the moment without you guys, so thank you very much. And thank you for listening. Have a good day. Have a good night.
Wait, did I miss something? I forgot to pause, but there was a second merch drop that happened, which she again didn't receive any money from. But then she stayed optimistic, thinking it'll be okay, it'll work out. Clarify she wasn't an outward-facing talent, but says, I guess I was a talent for over a year. And says staff and former staff were mostly good people who didn't know what was happening. At this point, the best VShojo can hope for is being seen as a massively incompetent instead of actively malicious. I know, that's what I'm thinking too. Oh, thank God, my thing is fixed. Let's go. Yep, I agree with that. I never wanted to pick up and hold someone more in my entire life. I know, she's so precious because, you know what? She's so earnest. Like, she wears her heart on her sleeve, so I think people can really relate to that. Oh man, my Streamlab OBS is really struggling right now. Abacus, I've said this before, but it bears repeating. It's VShojo. Thank you. And Talperian, I'm worried that the industry may learn the wrong lessons from this and more corps will lock up talent IP to prevent a VShojo situation where one scandal can result in all your talents leaving the company at once. I hope not. Yeah, we all hope not. I think more than likely, I feel like the lesson here should be to keep good accounting books and pay your talents. But one interesting thing that this guy said, and he seems to be good in finance, somebody like asked if VTuber corpos were profitable or if they're all just money holes, and he says basically the Japanese agencies do better because they can reach a global audience, and the labor and artists there is way cheaper. So they get everything done cheaper. It's also in yen, which is a lower currency, and then they reach a global audience. You know, that also plays in the cash flow. When you're spending in yen and you're earning in USD, that's pretty good. After her stream, Mint tweeted, that was scary. Sorry I didn't get everything across well, but thank you for listening. I don't really want to bring this up again, so back to your regularly scheduled programming. I should have written notes because I forgot to say some stuff. I wanted to apologize to the other members that came in due to my idea. I know I'm not responsible and didn't know anything that was going on, but I feel terrible for involving them. Oh. It has been a lot watching everything I've been working on in the past year get wiped out in a second, but obviously it's more important that wrongdoings are brought to light. I quite honestly feel really lost right now and I don't have a lot of motivation, but I'll bounce back eventually and I'll keep being your goofy ghost maid. Fruit also tweeted. Fruit went live yesterday. Didn't say much because she doesn't have legal counsel yet. But she tweeted, I've still been struggling to mentally process everything that when I think about it, my mind goes blank. Fair. So I think the plan is there's the Henya announcement that's like kind of like 10 minutes or less. There's the Kuro stream we can go through. There's also Shondo talking about her interview with VShojo that we could take a look at. That one is very recent. And then there's also the legal mindset fast facts we could take a look at too. Oh yeah, and there's the Nanner stuff we have to go through. Nanner's stream. We should just go over my tweet that I did because it's legit. Nanner's stream was all over the place. It was like 3 hours. She's like kind of like gaming, chilling with chat, but also like saying things here and there about VShojo. So I think it's just better that I give you guys my own summary and notes because they're condensed. And I wrote down like what's important. So, okay, this isn't from mainstream. So basically, the Nanner stream, dude, everybody on Twitter is like talking only about one thing about Nanner stream. They're only talking about her not getting paid for that sponsor she did where she got swatted. But she drops so many other bombshells that have flown pretty much under the radar, probably because no one took the time to like watch the entire thing, or I don't know. But basically, I put the most important stuff at the top too. By the time she left, VShojo owed Nanners the equivalent of a Mercedes S-Class. And I looked up how much these cars cost in the United States, and it said around $117,000. Then she was swatted during a sponsor stream. She was doing a hand cam stream. And because she had to go like open the door for the investigations, like they came in with the guns and everything. But the investigators kind of told her that you should just pretend that nothing happened, because that way the swatters won't know that the SWAT was successful. So then she was like forced to go back to streaming as if nothing happened, crack jokes on camera, and keep smiling in front of thousands of people while she was kind of like crumbling inside. And, you know, the entire time she was kind of saying, at least I got paid for it. And this was not the Nanners that we know now that is like financially stable. She explains that this was when she first started. She was like, I don't know if I heard this part properly, but I think she talked about like a moldy apartment. She said she was like, she wanted to get out of her moldy apartment. And she was like, well, at least I'll get paid for it. At least I'll get paid for this trauma. She says that she still has nightmares about the swatting incident, and it left deep emotional scars on her. However, VShojo then never paid her for it. And it was like, oh, I forgot to add that part in the tweet, but she says like the words, it was like, what did I write? Kick. Yeah, this felt like a kick in the guts, she said. She trusted them to make good on the payments. And then they claimed that the reason why they didn't make the payment is because they didn't have her payment information. But she knew this was false since 2 weeks earlier they had sent her a payment already. Like, it's so stupid. After leaving VShojo, she made more in a few months streaming as indie than she did in all her years with them. Partly because they hadn't been paying her properly. VShojo had an expired business license at the time of her and Vase, the partner. And okay, on that note, there is somebody in the comment that said it wasn't the VShojo expired license, but it was the lawyer's expired license. And because of that comment, now I have a doubt. I'm like, did I hear this not properly? So I don't know, maybe we need to double check that, or just don't take this with a grain of salt, because I need to confirm that again, because this commenter made me doubt my ears. You know, full transparency. VShojo imploded so fast, Ocean Gate is ashamed. Okay, but it gets crazier too. If you showed an expired business license at the time of her and Vei's departure, and she says this was one of the key factors that allowed them to exit the company. It was a lawyer that's expired? Oh, okay, thank you. Charlie said that the lawyer... Yeah, but this is different. It's not the same. We don't even know if it's the same lawyer. And no, Shiley didn't say that the lawyer was unlicensed. I watched that stream. I don't remember those words. She said she was unprofessional. Anyway, other crazy things is she was discouraged from having a lawyer review her contract. Didn't Michi say something opposite though when she was onboarded by VShojo? She said like they were encouraged to have a lawyer. I guess it differs from person to person. But anyway, when she did get a lawyer to handle her contract because they hadn't been paying her money, mind you. She was missing payments. It came time to renew her contract. She's like, yo, I'm going to get a lawyer to take a look at this. And they used that against her to be like, wow, she's so heartless. She's talking us through a lawyer. I can't believe she's doing that. And then after she left, after her and Vei left the company, the remaining talents, like the VShojo made sure that the remaining talents had a bad opinion of them. They were painted as, you know, troublemakers or just outright lied to. Basically, they got like the Niji Sanji treatment. And she says she was painted in an unsavory light to the remaining talents. Vei was under an NDA that blocked her from talking to the others, isolating her and preventing discussion. Unsure if Nanners had the same NDA. Vei in chat added, part of the company's term for her exit was announcing her and Silver's departure at the same time to avoid panic. She says this was done to make it seem like they were leaving as friends, even though the decision was individual and they hadn't spoken about it. Vei also wrote in chat, with how long it took them to pay me back with my lawyer pestering them 24/7 about it, I bet they used other talents' sponsor money for it, like getting a loan to pay back for a loan. Yeah, and if you guys remember, there was like a tons of rats saying there's falling outs, they're fighting, the girls are catty during that time. So this is like Nanners finally clearing the air about that and finally being able to speak up about it. Vei also adds in chat that they didn't get paid for sponsors from 2021 to 2023 and that VShojo fans pushed a false narrative that they were greedy or left because of their boyfriends who were influencing their decisions. In the case of like Soda Pop, people thought that Vei would join OTK, and then people thought that Atoll was influencing Nanners, which she like categorically denies because she says Atoll always just remained supportive. He never tried to influence her decision. And she's like really sad. There's a significant portion of the stream where she's like, it sucked going through that because I would see all of my friends getting dragged. All the people that I love getting dragged, getting backlash, getting criticized. There's all these rumors flying around, and she couldn't say anything about it. She had to remain completely silent. She also says that when she spoke to her lawyer, and she was on the phone with that lady, and the lawyer is going through the contract, and she could hear her, like she could audibly hear her be horrified while she was reading the contract and sighing and saying things like, this is ridiculous. Like the lawyer couldn't believe it. VShojo, the company slogan is trust us. Yes, and you should do the exact opposite. On the topic of corporations, she's talking about corpos in general, but I'm wondering if... Obviously, I'm wondering if VShojo was the corporation she was thinking about in this case. But she was saying that... You know how they kind of let all of these rumors fester when they left. She was talking about corpos in general. You know, they encourage or even astroturf these false narratives to protect their image. And she used the term astroturf, like she was saying these false narratives, they're kind of beneficial to the corpos because they protect their image and then the talent takes the blame. And some of these corpos even astroturf some of these narratives. And I think astroturfs means kind of creating a false sense of consensus, like a false sense of consensus on social media, maybe, or forums. On the Iron Mask charity fund, she was like, who steals from charity? And they screwed over the face of the company like that. This is comically evil. Mouse always wanted VShojo to succeed, which makes the betrayal even worse. Panini ex-staff gets good praise. And apparently some staff thought that she disliked Panini after she left, what was another rumor that wasn't true. She says, you know, talent first, VShojo owes everything to the talent. She also wanted to leave way before her contract was up, but she wasn't allowed to say anything. And it sucks we put our trust in these people. We believed in them. She says that like multiple times in different ways. She stayed because she says even like when she first started, there were cracks, but they believed in them. She was like, a lot of these, you know, even though there was a lot of bad things with VShojo, and I think that's what made it so difficult to leave, is that in a way, VShojo still realized a lot of their dreams, and not just for her, but some of the other girls. And because of that, it made them trust the company even more. They believed in their dream, they believed in the people that worked there, and so they stayed because they believed in the mission. Vey was the first out of them that said we need a lawyer, and she got a ton of hate for it. And Nanner says they both got unfairly smeared. She doesn't blame fans or talents for believing VShojo's image. She believed it too. When the new wave with Henya happened, she thought that it might mean they got their act together, that maybe they rewrote some contracts, but it seems that they did not, obviously. On Kason, she tuned into her stream because she couldn't sleep and said it was unreal. Called Kason a legend for confronting the GPCU live and telling him she quit. She says she's a legend. Then she ranted a bit about the IRL stream backpacks. Like, Vey was like, the only thing they did well was these backpacks. And then Yanners was like, that was so fucking complicated to set up. I hated that. And there was a lot of tech issues. So there's like two different opinions there. TBH, IRL streaming is always going to be complicated. There's no way you do that. I have so much respect for IRL streamers now. And then at the end, she says she never thought she'd talk about this and about the situation before this entire thing blew up. Like, she thought she was going to take these secrets to her grave and never ever have an opportunity to clear her name. So in a way, I'm glad she got to clear her name there. So crazy for the 1 million Iron Mouse thing. All right, so that's done. I'm going to check it off my list. Now let's look at the Henya. It starts at 6:42, I think. Oh, I had it timestamped properly. I'm dumb. It's a short one. But it's also shocking, the stuff she reveals in there.
Explain it in
JP for my JP audience. So yeah, thank you so much. Sorry, it's been a lot. Okay. But I made a script because I know I'm gonna freak out. So yay, good job, Henya, like a genius. Okay. So I have made the decision that I'm
Well,
leaving.
don't make me cry
VShojo?
again. She tears up a couple times in that video, so it's a sad one too. It's another sad one. I'm warning you guys right
And
now.
unfortunately, VShojo owes me significant amount of unpaid debt that I haven't been paying in a long time. This situation has been truly heartbreaking.
A
I
significant
truly
amount.
trusted the company, and this has been like deeply upsetting to me.
Oh.
A few years ago, I was in a situation where I thought about quitting VTubing, giving up all of my dream. I quit everything. But then, after I joined VShojo, I thought everything will be alright. And then I felt like I could tell you guys that, hey guys, thank you for always having my back, but it's gonna be okay. Now it's gonna be alright. That's how I really felt when I joined. So I am just so sad right now that. And then I'm so
Sucks.
sorry that I need to make an announcement like this and make you guys worry.
Dude,
I'm really
I hate when they apologize like that for worrying us and for doing these announcements. I hate that.
sorry. However, I'm not going anywhere. This is not the end. I will continue my activities as an independent VTuber. So I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be your small little kiddo. And yeah, so this is not the end. And thank you so much for you guys for always supporting me and everything. It means the world to me. Thank you so much for a lot. I am so happy that I made a lot of amazing friends in VShojo and outside of VShojo, and I am really grateful as well that I have you guys and all of my amazing friends as well. And if you're willing, I'll be incredibly grateful that if you could continue to support me and also support my amazing friends as well, just as you always have. Also, Mouse is doing a charity, and you can check it out from my pinned chat comment. There's a link, so please go support her. Thank you so much. Before 5 minutes, my stream, 5 minutes before my stream,
That's
I
a
just found out that
that's a huge bombshell that she's about to drop.
VShojo haven't shipped some of my anniversary merch that I had it back in May yet. So right now,
Back in May, dude. Nothing's been shipped.
and my manager and my attorney is working on it. So I will let you guys know if I get any updates. I am so sorry for a lot of trouble and everything, but I will let you guys know. Lastly, thank you so much for all the love and support and everything that you guys have given me. It means the world to me. Having I will say, new chapter of my life, I guess. And then I'll be honest, I'm scared, but I'm really looking forward to step forward with you guys, and I'll keep doing my best. And I really hope that I can still have fun with you guys. And again, thank you so much for a lot of support. Thank you so much for a lot. Okay, let me explain. JP, sorry my voice is shaken.
Bro. They made our kettle cry, Dio. She tweeted after that. Let me pull up the tweet. So she's keeping her manager from VShojo, but I think she's just gonna be her indie manager. She's still my manager. I'm so happy about it, and please contact Henya Management for work inquiry, Dio. Thank you so much, Dio. So at least there's that. You know how many, I was telling you guys yesterday how many VShojo staff were laid off because of, well, they had no money, basically. So the Kuro stream, I didn't have time to watch. I guess I should have watched it on Twitch. But while his stream was going on, it was like on YouTube with no, you couldn't go back. So I was like, oh, I'll watch it later. And then I kind of forgot about it. So we can watch it together. But people have been distributing this clip saying no one's really communicating. They have problems with their financial. Let's take a look at the clip, I guess.
A lot of people in VShojo, like I said, we started doing our own thing. Everyone was doing their own thing, right? And obviously no one's really communicating with each other that they have problems with their financials. You know what I mean? Because it's their business, right? It's their financials, like other talent, right? It's like my own business. Oh, my payment got delayed. Okay, I guess that's my business, right? So we weren't communicating this with each other. You know, like, obviously some people would say stuff every now and then, but it wasn't like all the time communicating, like, make sure each one of you all get this. Like, let's make sure they stick to this. 'Cause we weren't like that, right? So once this happened, everyone started coming forwards internally, being like, the fuck?
Isn't it always like that? It's like everybody's got a piece of the picture, and then when one person does like the whistle blowing, then they all gather and tell each other their own experience, and then they get the full picture and they're just like, holy shit, what the fuck? Corporate collab speedrun gotta be frame perfect. Yeah.
Me too, right? You know? It's like, wait, what the fuck? You too? And that's when everyone kind of mutually decided, it feels, to be like, all right, nah. And then the charity was like the...
Yeah, I feel like I would ask. Yeah, but then they are getting NDAs, I think, where you're not allowed to talk about it with talent, but like, I'd still do it.
Fucking icing on the cake, bro. It was like, if there was even a shred,
fuck,
even a 0.001%, it's gone after that. You don't fuck with charity, dude.
True, you don't fuck with charity. I wonder what else he said. I'm getting some from Gunrun's Backpack Discord. What? Okay, so I guess it's a friend of Gunrun who's made an announcement in Gunrun's Backpack Discord. This is just in right now, breaking news. We were deeply saddened. Sorry. If you guys want, by the way, if you guys want to get the breaking news at your door, make sure to join my Discord, discord.gg/Rima. This is where it's all happening, where I'm getting those from. We were deeply saddened to learn of the recent news involving VShojo and the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Our thoughts are with Iron Mouse and everyone affected. Justin, Gunrun, has been a longtime friend of mine personally, so this has been really sad and disheartening to see. We want to take a moment to clarify Unlimited IRL's relationship with Justin. While you may have seen references to Gunrun on our website or social media in the past, Justin has never held any formal role or operational involvement in Unlimited IRL. His only association was in 2018 when he permitted us to productize the original version of the IRL backpack, technology he helped pioneer in exchange for public acknowledgement as a co-creator. At the time, we believed this association would lend credibility to our early efforts in legitimizing IRL streaming tools. We now recognize that this historical reference may have created confusion about his current or ongoing involvement. To be clear, Justin has never been part of Unlimited IRL's operation, business decision, or development beyond that initial acknowledgement. We have removed any outdated references to avoid further misunderstanding. In addition, this Discord server was originally created as a hub for the DIY IRL backpack community that Gunrun spearheaded. As we, Unlimited IRL, supported that community and provided increasing structure and assistance, we naturally nurtured the space and eventually took on stewardship of the server as part of our broader support ecosystem. While its origins are tied to the broader community, the server has been under our care and directions for years. So this Discord server is not a place to get a statement from Justin. He has not posted in here in years, so further tags or comments about him will be removed. We don't have the resources to moderate discourse. We remain committed to transparency, accountability, and supporting creators with integrity. If you have any further questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out. I have a question. Tell Gunrun that we want his statement. Thank you for the 100 bits, Midnight Rider. Like I stated before, if corporate VTuber agencies are comparable to hip-hop record labels in the 19s, then VShojo is Ruthless Records during the Jerry Heller era. And Niji Sanji is Death Row Record, minus the gang-related violence. Yeah, I think that was worst. Do we know he's at fault? Gunrun? Well, I mean, he was the CEO. He must have been knowledgeable of some of the stuff going on, and he let some talents audition. He let some people on. He let Sayu on. You know, Mint, she spoke directly with him. So, I mean, you can't really separate his responsibility at this point when so many people have alleged that they've had direct dealings with him. Okay, these are DLM fast facts. Let's see what he has to say about this.
The bankruptcy of VShojo is inevitable. At this point, all signs are pointing to insolvency. So today we're going to go over the bankruptcy process and exactly what it's going to look like and how it's going to affect VShojo. Of course, as the Legal Minds, where we teach you to be your own judge, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a fast facts, quick and dirty version of the legal education and news that gets best to you as quickly as possible. So smash a like and leave a comment if you like the fast facts versions. Now, getting into this, we've been covering the breakup of VShojo as has happened and been covered by many, many, many channels. But one thing that I've said quickly, and I think I was probably the first person to point this out, is that bankruptcy is the way that this is going to wind up. As we're seeing things play out as people...
I don't want... Hey, this is a meme from our server, by the way. That's Reiko's meme. Reiko did that. Let's go, Reiko! You're famous. What I want to know is, are they going to get out of all of the money they owe to the talents and to the charity by declaring bankruptcy? Because that would suck.
People are speaking out. It's very, very clear looking at the roster, looking at the fact that there's literally no talent left. This is a list as of today.
Damn. I don't know if people compiled this. So they all just quit, and it's only fruit that they're not sure, I suppose.
All of the red people are confirmed to have left. So Zentraya, Iron Mouse, Project Melody, Hime, Kason, Haruka, Henya, Giga, Kuro, Matara, Michi, everybody here. Hestia, Yutori, Okamoto, Amelie. Everybody
Everyone
is essentially out. Then we've got people that left earlier, like Vebe, Silverbill, and Aminia. And then Fruit is the only one that's left that even is, not made an official announcement, but she's removed VShojo from her profile. So she's expected to leave. So at this point, they have absolutely no.
Yeah, I think Fruit is expected to leave. She just didn't have a chance to speak to a lawyer to break the contract, probably.
Profit generation. There is no
I feel like it's a fair assumption.
way that there's any income coming in. And at that point, for any company, you are insolvent. If you were already having problems when all of your creators were at their maximum revenue generation and you still were not profitable, there's no way to be profitable with no revenue coming in. It's a simple 1 + 1. And
from like what the investor was saying is that they were, I think what he was saying, from my understanding, is that they were basically just stuck paying interest on debts. Like they couldn't even pay out their debts.
And there really is no other way around that. Now, we're also seeing the scope of this debt. And even as of a while ago, this is not even totally current, but this is very recent here in 2025. You're seeing that they.
Wait, when was, dude? This was posted. Oh, this was only posted 4 hours ago. Oh, okay. I thought he made that video yesterday. I was like, wow, did he get that information before me? But I remember now that somebody tagged him in my tweet. That's probably how he saw it, because he responded.
Are about 2 million deep in loans and in
there's
what
2
they owe
videos.
to
Okay.
talent.
Okay.
$2 million.
Okay.
There's no digging out of that.
Yeah.
There's no going in and asking for another loan to bail them out when they've got no one working.
Wait, so VShojo. So here, this is in June, by the way. This is kind of recent, this message. It was like last month. Here they're saying that 2 million is the amount you buy us for, and this will cover our debts. This is going to cover the amounts we owe to the talents. Everything. That's it? I legit thought it would be a bigger number. People were saying like, oh, they're owing 3.5 million at least.
For them. This is leading to insolvency. And what happens in insolvency? Well, naturally, it would be a bankruptcy. That is the natural thing for a company to do, particularly when they are buried by claims, when they're going to be buried by lawsuits, when they're going to be buried by obligations and unpaid wages. You're going to have to turn to bankruptcy. So what does the bankruptcy process actually look like? Many people are not familiar with it or only know it in a personal context. We're going to talk about it in a corporate context today. So what that actually looks like is either reorganization or liquidation. Now we're talking about personal bankruptcy. There's different chapters we're not talking about personal bankruptcy. We're talking about corporate bankruptcy. For personal bankruptcy, you might be familiar with that. There's also municipal bankruptcy, and there's other sorts of bankruptcies that are in the bankruptcy code. But in this specifically, there's 2 that would apply, either Chapter 7 or Chapter 11. And I'm going to explain the difference. The difference is really between reorganization or liquidation.
Okay.
Chapter 11 is reorganization. This is for companies that have a chance. So you're saying there's a chance of recovery and profitability. So if that company can get back to making money, then it can be reorganized. And you can say, hey, look, let's restructure this.
So like during COVID, the airlines and stuff, when they declared bankruptcy, they would reorganize probably. Like I'm trying to situate that in with examples that we can understand.
Change the terms.
I need examples.
Debt. Let's, maybe trim some fat off the company, and let's get this thing going. However, Chapter 7 is for those that realistically cannot reorganize or return to profitability. Chapter 7 is way faster, cheaper, and handled in months versus years for Chapter 11. And in Chapter 7, a trustee takes over versus Chapter 11 with existing management. So looking at all these factors, it's very clear it's going to be Chapter 7.
Yeah.
They're also a mainly service-oriented company. They don't have heavy in products or assets. And if you think about it, the only real assets, the big assets that a VTuber company would normally have are the models. And like it or not, I mean, at the end of the day, they are an asset. They could be sold to somebody to be skinwalked by some other person, right? And of course, the VTuber community would absolutely not accept that. That's deplorable in the.
Well, anyway, it wasn't part of their contract, so that's already out of the window. If it wasn't black and white, they're not going to get the IPs now. They can't change their mind on this.
General culture of the VTubing community, but technically, you know, from a legal standpoint, it is an asset. Intellectual property right is an asset. So they could sell those assets, except for they don't own those assets. Because the creators own their own IP, there really isn't much to sell. They probably don't own more than a couple of staplers and some desks. I mean, that's probably.
Maybe they have an office space. Or probably not. Maybe everybody just works from home and they don't even have that. I thought you needed to have like an office in California.
All they really have is some office stuff to liquidate, and that's probably about it. They probably got a lot of liabilities, but nothing to really offset that in significant assets. They weren't investing in real estate. They didn't have any heavy machinery. There's nothing that they could actually, you know, turn over and sell, like a fleet of trucks or cars. So what we're seeing here is going to be Chapter 7. It's going to be a liquidation. There's no way they're going to want to put the existing management, which has been a failure for the past years. And
have yachts and cars and houses. Gunrun has it, but a company is a separate entity from its owner. So I don't even know. I don't think they can grab these from him.
we're talking years. They've been failing in profitability. They're not
Eva, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 8 months. After All Talents, it's Liquidation Chapter 7. Thank you,
hey, you guys
Eva.
can totally turn this around. We're going to give you a chance. There's no chance of that. I think the judge is going to look at it as this and say, nope, it's definitely going to be Chapter 7. You guys are clearly down that lane. So let's go down the lane of Chapter 7. What's the process for that?
Okay.
So VShojo's got to submit a petition for bankruptcy. Now, we haven't seen this yet. As soon as this gets filed, I'm sure we're going to report in it. I'll report in it. I'll let you guys know. But we're going to see a submission of a petition for bankruptcy. When they submit,
Are we going to have access to it? Is this open court?
that they're going to also have to list all of their assets, liabilities, their income, expenditures, contracts, leases. And this is going to be very interesting because that's when we're going to get the truth.
Oh.
How deep in financial hot water was VShojo?
I want to know that so bad.
That is going to be a spicy meatball that I think all the people in the VTM community, you know, drama tubers and otherwise, everybody, right, is going to sink into and really analyze. And that's going to be the absolute bombshell to see exactly how bad they were performing over the past. And I think that's also instructive for future corporations to not have such ridiculous predictions for profitability. Now, what would happen is after they do that list, they submit all the petition, they're going to get it turned over to a bankruptcy trustee. So the bank.
We'll see this. I'm keeping an eye on the courts where VShojo is HQ'd. It's in California. As soon as it hits the docket, I'm letting everyone know. Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, I'm sure everybody will want to know, Eva.
Bankruptcy trustee is going to take control of everything. They're going to take all the assets, and their job is to liquidate those assets and distribute them to creditors. So taking anything they have of worth and distributing it. But there's an order. At the top of the list are secured creditors. So anybody who has a secured loan or a mortgage, etc.
Oh, that's what the guy was talking about in the tweet. He was like, maybe they took out a loan that had priority over the IDF Foundation from Iron Mouse, which would explain why they shorted her of $500,000.
And then there's unsecured, and that's everybody else, including people like talents. Now, I didn't mention there is an exemption which might give them as prospective independent contractors priority status over other claims. That might be possible. It may be possible they will cover some money. Maybe. However,
it seems
ain't gonna be
unlikely.
much.
Yeah,
And
it seems it's honestly, it's very sad to say that. It's very doomer, but it's realistic. I think most of the people, all of the talents that haven't gotten paid, the talents that were supposed to debut that haven't gotten reimbursed for the money they spent in advance on their models and debut stuff, I don't think they're seeing this money back. It's gone. I'm pretty sure it's all gone. If they can see a little bit back of it, that'd be great, but It looks so cooked, guys.
It certainly
It's
won't
so
be enough
bad.
to satisfy all the obligations, particularly the massive charity obligation. So that's going to be something that's looming out there, and that's going to be something that the trustee is going to have to deal with. Now, another big question that people have asked is about NDAs, and I want to clarify.
And you know, like fucking Keisan has more than an entire year of wages that they owe her, like a year and a half.
Because I have said on certain media, etc., that yes, the NDAs are going to be at some point they're going to be able to speak up, they're going to be able to talk. But there's some legal distinction here. And I want to be very clear because this is something that is kind of a legal, not a gray area, but it's the difference between the law technically and the practical reality. So in the law, technically, a bankruptcy only discharges financial obligations.
Okay.
And an NDA is a non-financial obligation. So it's an obligation of confidentiality. So technically, an NDA is not gotten rid of by bankruptcy. Bankruptcy does not void NDAs in and of itself.
That's literally what I said yesterday, and you fucking griefers made me doubt. Bro. Am I the best or what? Am I the best or what? Say it, chat. I'm joking.
However, it's practically either difficult
Yes.
or almost impossible.
Yeah, that's what I said. Dude, legal mindset staking is legal advice from me at this point. Come on. He watched the stream.
To enforce NDAs afterwards.
I'm flexing.
Certainly impractical. Like you cannot actually, in reality and practice, go and enforce these things. Why? Well, first of all,
And
the
humble.
legal priority is given to satisfying the creditors, to satisfying the outstanding debts. It's not given to, hey, we're going to allow you all this funding, we're going to allow you to use all this money to go chase people down and enforce NDAs. That's not given a top priority on the list of things, particularly by the bankruptcy trustee. Further, it's just the
Yep. I had a friend who broke an NDA once. In a dumb way, she like posted a photo on social media so they knew she broke the NDA, and the company was like, we're not going to pay you. But it doesn't really work like that. It was actually intimidation.
lack of funds. They're not going to possess enough funds to
Bro, and you guys were saying that LM said that after bankruptcy the NDAs are void, and he didn't even say that.
enforce all these NDAs and go out and sue everybody and their mother. And everybody and their mother is actually not a just tongue-in-cheek statement. They literally made Silvervale's mother sign an NDA. We're going to talk about that on my next live.
True.
But those NDAs, they're not going to have the funds. It costs money. It's not free to go enforce those NDAs. Also, the last thing is, this is something the court can take into effect, is that it's an unfair benefit to the company, particularly given...
No, I mean, they can sue you for NDA. It's legally binding at the end of the day, but it's like, it's in company's best interest not to sue at the end of the day, because it's a very expensive process. So they'll try to do every other step before that. Like, it will probably stop at a cease and desist first.
The company's track record, particularly given that the company was using the NDAs to silence people from speaking about legitimate workplace grievances. And I've already talked about the fact that certain...
Yeah, dude, who was it that said that some people got money to stay quiet? They got like hush money. We've read and watched so many like statements that I don't remember who said it now.
law like California law and other laws may actually allow them to speak up on those NDAs, particularly as it relates to workplace grievances. That's completely separate from the bankruptcy process. So there may be ways for them, and there likely are ways for them to speak up about those NDAs despite the bankruptcy process, etc. But beyond that, it would be wholly unjust to allow VShojo, which essentially kept them from earning, kept them from making money for some of them up to a year, even more than a year. There's records of them not paying people back now and accounts of them not paying back in 2023, way back in the day. So they're not going to say, hey, look, we're going to allow you to keep, to silence these people in the fact that you screwed them out of money, you shafted them for multiple years and in a massive amount. I mean, we saw 2 million was that amount projected there. let's say that half of that is loans and half of that is talent. Say it's 1 million in loans and 1 million in talent. That's just me spitballing and guessing. Yeah, that doesn't look good. That does not look good with that amount of outstanding debt. So I do think there's going to be a point at which practically they'll be able to speak out, they'll be able to talk up, and I will caution all of the talents to consult with their individual lawyers when their individual lawyer that is representing them, not me, but their lawyer representing them, tells them they can speak up.
Okay.
Do it, right? Do it. When their lawyer tells them do it. And I think that day will come sooner than later. So everyone, please be patient. Let the process play out.
Yeah?
Let the legal process happen. The best thing you can do is to support your creators. And it's so lovely that we had Iron Mouse breaking record. She's going to get to probably 1 million on her IDF.
She did. Dude, just after he posted this, she did. Cool.
Fundraiser on Tilify. Absolutely great. That thing shot up overnight, and we're seeing some silver lining to a very bad situation. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and I'll catch you on the next.
What's in the other fast fact that he did? Is there more, or is it the same stuff? It's just a summary of his previous stream. Is it worth watching? It's worth? Okay. Bet. I mean, he's entertaining to listen to.
The revelations by Iron Mouse and many other of the talents at VShojo may very well end that VTubing company. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. This is an insane saga that really, it even peaks perhaps what is going down and what went down last year with Doki Bird and with Nichi Sanji, insofar as this is looking like it will end.
TBH? Is it? I mean, I don't want to compare them. There was no point in comparing them.
And this
that.
VTubing company, VShojo, completely, and because we are seeing a massive pool of talent that is looking to exodus from that company. Now, just understand this is a fast facts pre-recorded video, but I recorded this after listening.
I can skip 10 minutes till it starts. Okay.
Got a PowerPoint. So with this case, obviously it all started with the mouse. And there are two clear things that she dropped in her message that are legally relevant. First is that she has not been paid wages. So she's owed back wages. She's not been paid for a long time. And these payments that she's owed are in delinquency. They've been owed to her for a long time. She hasn't been paid. And this is something that has been mirrored by other talents. We now have talents such as Kason coming out and saying, I have not been paid for a long time. In fact, I believe she said September of last year, a very, very long time without payments, which is severe, which is significant. So there is an extended period of time with which people have not paid out to the talents. That's a massive, massive problem in and of itself. But
dude, imagine your gun run. You know the talents personally. Some of them you've almost co-founded the agency with. You see that your agency is going under. You're doing well financially because he's probably, I don't know. I'm assuming that he's a millionaire, but maybe he isn't. I don't know. Wouldn't you invest back some of your money into your company that's like your baby, so your friends and colleagues can get paid, so your dream can keep on going, so you can feed mouths? No, but he's... I don't know, sell one of your cars. He used to be part of Twitch in the past. Oh, that explains a lot.
the other great problem, the problem that can have huge criminal liability, is the potential fraud related to the charity, related to the Immune Deficiency Foundation that Iron Mouse has always been so vocal for, because it's the cause that represents research that would help people like her and give them a brighter future and hope. And it really was something that she was so invested in. And they decided to take $500,000 and not pay that out to charity. Whatever they did with that, it was not paid to charity, and that is a massive, massive issue. And that's an issue that can see people behind bars, that can have criminal penalties, absolutely. Once again, these are our allegations at this point, but based on the number of talents speaking up, based on the number of talents that have removed the VShojo branding, we have to, at this point, assume there is some sort of substance behind these allegations. Of course, they are going to have to fight these out. They are going to have to prove this in court or prove this through the regulatory process. However, at this point, going forward...
Oh, this topic's going to come up later? Okay, thank you, Zeus.
And through the scope of this video, understand that I am taking the allegations allegations as credible. For whatever argument you may make, or they're not proven yet, whatever, I understand you, but we're going to take them as credible for the purpose of this analysis.
Okay.
So let's continue here. So we had, obviously, Iron Mouse speak up, and then we had Kason get on with the JP CEO. Now, this was very enlightening and actually gives us more of the business side of what is going on at VShojo. It's very clear from this that VShojo is in financial hot water, that they were not...
Dude, we learned so much about VShojo and how their inner working work in these 2 days than we've known about VShojo in like 5 years.
Profitable. And
wait, when were they founded again? 2020, or am I crazy? Yeah, 2020. All right, I was right.
Whatever the distinction was between JP and US, it's very important to note that there was no official legal distinction. That is an internal distinction, the same as a department, for example, saying HR or whatever else, right? Or janitorial staff.
Yeah.
It's an internal...
But yes, I am crazy to answer that other question.
Distinction. It still fell under the control and is the legal responsibility of the headquarters in San Francisco. So the JP branch, as much as that might be a certain amount of talents that was managed by this quote unquote CEO, was not distinguished financially. So those funds that were coming in were being slushed together. So whatever profit JP was making was not offsetting clearly the losses they were taking on the US side or with their other talents. So as a whole, it seems they were in financial dire straits. Now, one big thing that was brought up during this was that the staff was paid and not the talent. There is a very important reason for that, which we're going to get into, which is all of the talents are designated, and this is for almost all VTubing companies.
Guys, is it safe to say that after all of this, Gunrun better put the fries in the bag, baby? Yeah, I finally get a chance to use that expression properly. Are you guys proud of me?
I've not seen one contract, and I've reviewed all of them, including the VShojo contract, Nijisanji, HoloLive, Vector, all the greatest hits from Big to Small Face Connect. I've seen all of them. I haven't seen a single contract that has said these people are employees. We consider them employees. They all try to make them independent contractors. That's very important because when it comes to fighting wages and paying wages, you have to pay employees under labor law, whether it's US law, Japanese law, really all around the world, you've got to pay out those wages. But when it comes to independent contractors, well, you can shaft them and then they've got to come and sue you or bring an action against you or a claim against you to try to get those back. It puts a massive burden on them to claim those amounts of money. Now, I have, since the Nijisanji crisis, been screaming from the top of the hills that this is BS. And I'll put some money in the swear jar for that one. These people are employees. Whether you consider them full-time or part-time employees, they are under the control and authority of these VTubing companies. Now, I understand that there was a lot more anonymity at VShojo.
During the whole Nijisanji thing, LM often said that because these sons are, well, according to California laws, a lot of these talents would fall under the jurisdiction that, well, I don't know if jurisdiction is the right word, but they would be considered salaried in terms of like California state laws and their entertainment laws.
Than other companies, but you might consider them in that case more like a part-time employee than a full-time employee that's completely controlled by the company. And in that case, they would still be owed wages under a normal analysis. And mind you, just because a contract says that you are an independent contractor does not mean that a particular state or country might not look at the situation, might not look at all the factors and say, under our law, we're going to consider them an employee. It's very important. And I do think in the VTubing industry going forward, this is a massive lesson that all VTubing talent should be considered employees. They should push for being employees. They should say, no, I'm an employee if I'm going to work for your company because you need to pay me and you need to be liable if you do not pay me. And I don't think the Japanese CEO, listening to him, is the villain here. He's clearly not at the top of the rung. He's not the CEO or CFO or COO or CTO. He's at a lower rung of responsibility. He certainly cannot make shots for the entire company. That was not his responsibility. And certainly, by the way, none of the talents.
True. And I mean, dude, at least he agreed to hop on stream and talk, unlike Gunrun.
Are liable for this. This is something where they are the victims, and they do deserve your support and your appreciation. And I will say this about all of them: Iron Mouse, Kason, Henya, everybody, Mitsubishi, everybody. They do deserve your support and love in this time, and also your understanding that they can't say the things that I can say because they're under a different level of scrutiny. Now, I do hope with some right legal maneuvers they can finally speak up, and we're going to talk about that today and the way they may be able to speak up. But right now, understand and be patient with them. They need to work with their lawyers in their jurisdiction, or in perhaps California, which is the jurisdiction for VShojo, where I think is very ripe to bring suits and claims, etc. They need to work with their own lawyers to get this done. So be patient with them to get to that point where they will be able to speak. I do believe that time is going to come sooner than later. Sooner than later. So let's continue with this. The best quote I think from this is "Talent first, my ass." That's was probably
meme.
The best Kason quote
Reiko.
Out there. Period. And I love Kason. I'm definitely a fan. So one important thing here is that VShojo is an American company. Now we've covered Nijisanji, we've covered Cover Corporation, big Japanese corporations. And one issue with those corporations is they're Japanese. And if the talent is American or Canadian or really non-Japanese at all, it's really, really difficult to come at those companies. This is not the problem for VShojo. VShojo is an American company, and they're an American company headquartered in one of the states with the most strong consumer protections out there, or strong worker protections, employee protections that are very, very broad out there in all the United States. So this is a massive difference. And especially since many of the talents, particularly Iron Mouse, being a American citizen, right? Puerto Rico, still a citizen of the United States, and still able to bring claims, fully able to bring claims in California court, particularly related to labor. This is something where it is ripe for conflict, ripe for either a lawsuit, criminal filings, regulatory filings, because they are
True, Rima, literally Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the TV. Yes, that meme, exactly.
in America. And this is why I say they are sunk. This is why I say this is not an Niji Sanji situation. This is not an Any-Color, this is not a Hololive situation, whatever else. And in those situations, with Niji Sanji, I told everybody, hey, when Doki Bird went down, this is not going to be the end of Niji Sanji by any stretch. Same thing when there's bumps in the road with Hololive, right? When Kuro leaves, it's not going to be the end of Hololive. However, this will be the end of VShojo. This is very, very much going to tank them because of this and because of their financial situation. And mind you, I will point out one other thing. They were founded in 2020. And what was happening in 2020, and I say this as a corporate attorney who was previously working in a law firm related to issuing bonds that were used by governments and corporations, and then working in-house and seeing a lot of borrowing and corporate debt. During that period of time, corporations were borrowing at insanely low rates. They were drunk on debt and drunk on almost free money that was under the cost of inflation. So hey, why not? Let's just borrow as much as possible. So I have no doubt that they were highly leveraged going into this, and they were highly hyped up coming off of the kind of everybody's on the internet during COVID era, and thinking that was going to continue forever. And their financial projections were perhaps unrealistic given.
That's interesting insight. Wow. COVID-free money period.
The fact that that was a temporary period of time, that was over, and there was definitely bumps in the VTuber market as a whole, as people no longer had to be online all the time. And so, yes, the VTuber market did not grow as it was projected to grow based on 2020 numbers, or based on 2019 numbers, et cetera. So I think this number of the founding is actually relevant, and the fact that they are a relatively new company, and they're private. So once again, we don't have a lot of the disclosures that we required of a public company. But let's talk about the contract. So I have seen a VShojo contract. Now, in full disclosure, it was based on a previous contract. It is not anyone active. So it's an older contract. So they may have changed things in the contract. So I'm basing it on what I said. However, I don't think they've changed certain things. Number one, they do have certain NDA and confidentiality provisions based on that. I don't think they would have deleted that. I don't think they would have removed that. Those are in the contract. The other most important thing is it does frame them as independent contractors, as non-employees. So that is a super important factor, that they are not called employees, because when you are an employee, you get the protection of labor laws, you get the protection of regulation. All of those things don't necessarily apply to independent contractors. Now, different states handle this differently, different countries handle this differently. If anywhere in the United States is going to handle this differently, it's probably California, which is going to look at that and say, oh no, these were really employees, these really weren't independent contractors. So I think that doesn't exclude it, but it is important for the intent here, because the intent was always to shaft them out of payment, was always to not pay them. So let's continue here. So labor law, we're going to talk about this real quick. So this is about the claims for unpaid wages. And once again, a very important factor here is California, particularly if you're going to file it there, which is where VShojo is headquartered, they don't have any restrictions as to residency status or et cetera. So you can file a labor claim there. Even the people that are part of the corporation that are non-American might have a potential, if they consult with their attorney, to file claims in California in some way, shape, or fashion. Once again, I do believe all the girls that I've heard of, particularly Iron Mouse, have competent lawyers, and they should listen to their lawyers. Obviously, listen to their lawyers over anything I say. This is more education for the public and education for people in general. But I do believe there's a possibility for them to make claims in California, and that would be huge for them. That would open the door to so much. So even if you have a contract, that's not going to prevent you from claiming, hey, you need to pay me these wages, right? Or reporting criminal activity. So reporting, hey, they didn't give this money to charity, and we knew it. And we saw it, we knew it, we have testimony, we'll be witnesses against this. We'll go to the federal or state criminal cases for these people. They can still testify to that. There's nothing stopping them. The NDA is not going to stop them. Nothing is preventing them from reporting that crime. Yeah. In fact, if they try to retaliate for that, VShojo would be punished. You cannot try to retaliate against somebody for reporting a crime. That's not okay anywhere in the US and in most countries in general. So the process for this would be to gather documentation of witnesses, which they're probably doing right now. Their lawyers, particularly Iron Mouse, is probably gathering a lot of documentation, getting witnesses together, and then you report it to the labor commissioner. In this case, probably the labor commissioner of California. And
dude, that's a lot of work, and it's going to cost them a lot of money, but I guess there is a lot of money to recoup as well.
After that, there's a required mediation. Now, this might be what why they're saying, wait, why Iron Mouse said in her video, hey, we need to get to a certain part of the legal process. It might be because they want to go to that mediation, see if they can get a settlement, see if VShojo can make this right. Otherwise, if that fails, there's going to be a civil lawsuit. They can bring a civil lawsuit, in which case we'd all get that information. It'd be public information. We'd be able to talk about it. We'd be able to see everything that's going on. It would be a nightmare for them from VShojo if they aren't already bankrupt, which we'll eventually touch on that topic. So then we got the silent.
Yeah, but if there is a civil lawsuit, will the VTubers have to put their real names? And then people will have access to these documents because, yeah. Because if it's a civil case, then we have access to this. Yes. Wait, that's terrible. That means the talents will do everything to settle in mediation. And that means also that they're going to lose a lot of leverage because the company will know that they don't want to like dox themselves. Unless Even if they have like an LLC, can they like sign with their LLC or something? Can they file within the LLC? Legal expense for the suit can be included in the claim. Oh, okay, that's good to know, Troa. Oh my god, Anonymous just offered 50 subs on the Twitch community! Enjoy the subs, everybody! Thank you so much, Anonymous! Thank you, Guardian Angel, Giga Chat, thank you! Oh my god. OMG. Wow. Insane. But if you're deposed, you still have to put a name. Man, that sucks. The judge, at the request of their attorneys, can have the name redacted because of their line of work. It's been done before in the States, or because I know in Japan they did it for a few VTubers. But I haven't seen that happen in the States yet. But then there hasn't been a lot of VTubers lawsuits.
The mouse, and as well as the other talent. There are laws that prevent retaliation against employees reporting unlawful acts. You've probably heard of whistleblower protections. That's a whistleblower. Iron Mouse is a whistleblower saying there is something illegal going on here, i.e. taking money that's supposed to go to charity, whether that's embezzlement or whatever else, or fraudulent transfer, like that can be reported, and there's no way you can retaliate against that. Also, there's another California law that's passed that arguably could prevent NDAs from silencing the employees in regards to reporting bad workplace behavior. So saying, hey, we're not being paid, and they took this money from charity. The California law is pretty clear that the NDA cannot stop them from saying that.
Yeah.
Now, there are other things that they could argue the NDA could stop them from talking about, stuff like personal relationships or personal interactions, maybe for now, but that NDA is not going to silence them from speaking out on what is clearly illegal. Further,
NDAs are there to protect trade secrets, financials. You know, let's say you're working for Apple and they're working on making the next iPhone 11. Okay, I don't know what number of iPhone they're at, so I'm just gonna say 11. And so you're not allowed to leak that, for example. You're not allowed to leak new products. 16! They're at 16! Yo, it's a fucking ripoff. What the fuck?
aside from whistleblower protections, you can't stop the reporting a crime. I cannot say that enough. Reporting a crime is always permissible, and no NDA in the world can silence you from reporting a crime. That's just the way it is. That's just the facts. So beyond that, let's get into what's going on with the criminal liability, and that could fall on the corporation, or that could fall on people like Justin, the gun run Ignacio, the CEO. Once again, depending on his level of culpability and the culpability of the COO, the CTO, the other officers of the corporation, this criminal liability could fall not just on the corporation as a whole, but on these individuals, depending on how complicit they were in this scheme and how much knowledge they had of this. So let's get into the criminal side, shall we? So we've got obviously civil claims.
I am curious about the criminal side of this.
Which this is regarding the $500,000 that was not given to charity, that was taken, and God knows what they did with it. Probably, by the way, my best guess on what they did with this is they are leveraged, and they were used that money to pay their current expenses.
Yeah.
And they were over leveraged, so they were hoping to pay them back in the future and make some
or that loan that they had to pay back.
miracle money and pay them back in the future and get everything right.
Yeah.
They didn't do that. They didn't give the money to the charity. Now that's once again, it's my speculation about what they did, but based on what Case on stream, which just happened just a couple minutes ago, I stopped watching it. It seems they're in financial trouble. And if you're in financial trouble, what are you going to do? You're going to take the money and you're going to use it to pay immediate expenses, probably staff, because they needed to pay them or they'd be hit by labor law restrictions. That's why the JP CEO got paid and Kaysan didn't. So that's what I think they did with that money. Now, if they did that with that money, there's three things that can happen here. Civil claims, both by the donors themselves and by Mouse and anybody else who's a big donor who gave money, federal crimes, and their state crimes. Let's talk about civil claims. So first of all, donors can file suit against VShojo. So if they donated money or you donated money, you're out there donating money, you might want to just have a chit chat with a lawyer and talk about what you did, how much money you gave, and what was going on with that. And then there's claims, once again, these are different types of civil claims for misrepresentation, breach of contract.
Donors can file suit against VShojo, like any amounts. If I donated $5, I can file a suit against VShojo. I guess if you've donated thousands, might be worth it.
Contract, fraudulent transfer, particularly fraudulent transfer is at play here because of the large sum of money, because it's a massive amount of money.
Yeah.
Misrepresentation because they misrepresented that money was going to go to the charity and they didn't give it there, and breach of contract because there's an implicit contract. There's a fiduciary duty there to take that money and give it to the charity, and they broke that understanding. They broke that agreement.
True.
And Iron Mouse could also likely bring a claim as well, because once again, she was part of that, she I'm sure donated to that as well herself, so she probably has status as donor, but also just to clear herself from that and saying, hey, look, this money was supposed to go there, it didn't. Let me put this claim in there to make it very clear that they're doing wrong. So I think Iron Mouse also could back up the donos in that. Let's go to federal crimes. This is the fun one. This is the one where they're going to end up paying the money from behind bars. Charity fraud is typically investigated by the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. Now, oftentimes they're working in conjunction with the state attorney general. So those working as kind of a team in order to look into all types of charity fraud and really do the investigation. Once again, we are very preliminary. We're at the allegation phase. This would all need to be investigated. We need to see proof. We need to see documents. But the people who get that are the FTC and the state attorney general.
Would it still be embezzlement if the money didn't go into somebody's pockets but was used to pay debts by the company? Yes, the video is faster because I have low attention span. It's divide the days, guys. If you watch every video faster, then you get to watch more videos. Therefore, you have more time. Yes, it would still be embezzlement. Okay, thanks, Chet.
And I think the State Attorney General of California, which I'm sure many people are going to contact after this, will be very, very interested in hearing this case. $500,000
Misappropriation
from
of funds.
immunodeficiency charity. I'm sorry, that is deplorable. And that's disgusting. And once again, I try to keep this to objective legal analysis, but the scope of this really does give me a righteous indignation with the amount of money that was taken here from a charity. So depending on the nature of the fraud, a breach of that duty to deliver that money can violate several federal laws. So it can be wire fraud. Wire fraud is one of the easiest ones to get them for. And certainly if they wanted to go down that route, and it is a case where they receive the money via the internet, because wire fraud is not just old school wires and telephones, it's the internet. They got them, boys. They got them on that one. Money laundering, potentially, making false statements about where the money would go, misrepresentations. Also the FTC Act, which involves various regulation of money regarding charities.
Yeah, 2 times speed is not fast, guys. Keep up. Come on, keep up. Wake up. I'm joking. He talks pretty fast.
All of those things they can be hit with, and they can get real jail time on this. This is serious jail time in real prison. This is not fun, down under the sun. This is all potential prison time for people at VShojo.
And money laundering's on the table? That's crazy.
Beyond that, there's state law. There's California Penal Code 503, 501, 515 regarding embezzlement. So assuming that they took the money and they embezzled it and they use it elsewise, that's right there. Breach of fiduciary duty, because they have a duty. They're the trustee of that money to give it over to the charity. That was their duty, fiduciary duty. Anybody who, for example,
it is at 1.5. It's at 1.5. I was joking about the 2 times speed.
Money for somebody else. If you gave money to a lawyer and that lawyer's supposed to go pay for real estate, and they don't pay for real estate, they pay for, cocaine and whatever else, that's going to be a huge, massive problem. So that would be a breach of fiduciary duty. This was a breach of fiduciary duty in the charity sense. Misleading and deceptive fundraising, I think that speaks for itself. They said the money was going to go one place, it didn't go there. Also reporting and regulatory violations. So how do they do their taxes? How do they report this? They needed to report this to the government, to the regulatory authorities, saying, hey, we donated this money to charity. Did they take a tax write-off for this? Did they write this off on their taxes? Did they make a false financial report? That's massive. And the last one, and the 2 things you're afraid of, even the...
Hi, Rim, I'm disappointed but not too surprised. VShojo's as bad as Niji Sanji in my eyes at this point. Yep. Yeah. Competing for a black company.
Joker is afraid of is the IRS. And the tax law violations, both, and the tax law, by the way, is at the state and the federal level. So it's both levels. But tax law is perhaps the most massive place. Because if they chose to try to take a write-off on this or to falsify their taxes, oh boy, the tax man does not F around.
Dude, they always get people on these tax stuff. Like, you know how all the mafia and stuff and the narcos, they would always get them on the tax stuff. Or all the corrupt, people.
Does not F around. And that's where the people could see very, very serious state consequences. Now, let's talk about the other girls and a little bit about what went on with them. Obviously, a lot of them have pulled out of the branding. They've no longer branded themselves as VShojo. They're going to have talks on this. Obviously, Case on a very clear talk. I think Henya's going to talk, and some others are going to have a commentary as well, which I may have follow-up videos on that. But it very much seems like these talents were, especially since Case on said she was shafted out of wages, that she didn't get paid her wages. In that case, I think they need to file claims as well. I think all of the talents need to consider, particularly in California, filing labor law claims. And once they do that, the other thing that's really going to be awesome for them is all those no retaliation clauses apply to them, so they can start speaking more. Now, they need to talk to their attorneys and make sure this works for them under their situation. Their personal attorney is comfortable with this, but assuming they are, once they do that, once the claim is initiated, they will be able to say a little bit more. Now, there's another factor here. This applies to Iron Mouse and all the other girls and why they're not going to talk. If you're going to go into a lawsuit situation, you're going to sue, you want to shut up. You want to say as little as possible, only what you can say or have to say. So even if these girls can speak technically, or they could say it and they're not going to get punished under the law, or VShojo's not going to be able to sue them for breaching NDA, there may be other good reasons for them not talking. However, that
they don't want to reveal maybe what they have, so the defense doesn't prepare. What other reasons could they have?
Might be able to open up them explaining a little bit more to their audience and giving a little bit more context. And maybe at some point they want to do that. So that's something there. But beyond that, they're owed wages. They're all owed wages. They need to get paid. They need to get paid the money that they're owed. And I say wages, although wages people usually associate with employees, and payments are usually independent contractors in terms of the language there. But to me,
Scarlett, welcome back to the Precious Squad. No, sorry, the Cute Squad. Thank you so much. Thank you for the resub.
these people are not just amazing talents, they're workers, they're true employees that are dedicating a significant amount of their time, and they are giving some control and authority over to this entity to direct them to do certain things and to take certain actions. And beyond that, the financial arrangement between them is one that I think they could argue, particularly with the restrictiveness of the contract, that set them up as employees. Even further, put VShojo on the defensive. If all of them file claims in California, labor law claims, it's on VShojo to prove that they're not employees. So put VShojo on the defensive. Don't allow VShojo to take the offensive. Take the offensive against VShojo. Take it to them. Take it to their court. Push them. And I think that is the right emphasis as they go forward with this. And I'm sure there's lots of California attorneys that would help them. And frankly, if any of the girls need any help finding a California attorney, I'm happy to try to hook them up and recommend them for them. But that said, I think the girls do need to consider their options and speak with local attorneys.
Okay.
Beyond that, this is a big one, especially after the case on stream. I think they need to really worry about VShojo declaring bankruptcy, because based on the financial situation as explained by the JP CEO, it looks like they're not doing good. And what I am worried, and the strategy that came out of case on stream, which I think is putting together, is they are not paying the independent contractors because they're planning to declare bankruptcy. I've seen this before as corporate counsel, as evil corporate counsel from my back days when I did that. That is something corporations do. When they're going under, they stop paying out because they know they're just going to declare bankruptcy. And what happens when you declare bankruptcy? Well, there's two types of debt. There's secured debt and there's unsecured debt. Secured debt gets paid first. The stuff like mortgages or something like a lien on a car, right? It's secured by something. There's something they can take. That's paid first. Then there's going to be employees' wages. Those are paid. But anything else, including independent contractors, is unsecured and dischargeable. So the big thing they're banking for is to get to discharge the payments because they label them as independent contractors. That's their strategy. I see
my God, yeah, it's so fucked then.
And to me, the question is not only are they going to declare bankruptcy, it's how quickly are they going to declare bankruptcy? In fact, if I was the CEO of VShojo, I'd be running right now into the bankruptcy court to declare it right now so they can seize, so they can stop all payments. And now that would put it on them to battle back. That would put it on the talents. So I think the VShojo response is going to be to immediately declare bankruptcy. And why is that? They lost their largest talent. There's no way they can financially recover. You can't explain to me how VShojo, who is already losing money by the own admission of their staff, by the own admission of the JP CEO, is already losing money. They're already not able to pay. And suddenly they're going to lose all their talent and be able to pay? No one's going to give this company a loan, especially with this bad PR. Are you kidding me? No, this is a clear bankruptcy scenario. And in bankruptcy, they're going to try to discharge.
And they're shark loans.
Now, there's a little ray of hope, a tiny little smidgen of hope, right? Is that there is a special exemption for unpaid commissions to independent contractors. So debt qualifies for priority status, meaning it gets higher status than unsecured debt, if during the 12 months before the bankruptcy, 75% of the contractor's own earnings were from the debtor. So in this case, that would apply to most of the girls, I imagine. Now, maybe
if at least 75% of the contractors, so the freelancers earning, were from that debtor employee, well, that would apply to them. Yeah, for sure. I'm still watching yesterday's VOD. Much love to you. Hi, Asu. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for the Cute Squad resub.
Maybe they have other earnings or other money from elsewhere. But if they were making most of their money from VShojo, that is a big exemption that could fly in there. Once again, it doesn't guarantee they get paid out, but it does give a glimmer of hope if they go the bankruptcy route, which I think it's looking like right now. That's what I've got for today for the Fast Facts version, guys. This has been insane. I will be on top of this. Check out the live if you want to get all the questions, the banter, all that other stuff.
All right. Thank you, LM. That was great. Cool. All right, that's done. Next, we got so much to go through. That's why I'm also, watching them fast. So, checking this. While this was happening, we got another breaking news tweet. This is super recent from Nanners. I'm so sorry, I'm still sick, so I gotta take today's stream off, but I wanted to express how thankful I am to everyone for all the support, not just for me, but for everyone who's had to deal with this painful situation. It's heartbreaking. They had to go through so much undue stress caused by the people they trusted in. I wish them all the best, and I know they'll go on to keep doing amazing things and have many brighter opportunities awaiting them. It was scary, but I'm immensely grateful and relieved to have finally been able to speak out about a lot that has weighed on me for the past 2 years. It was an incredibly difficult time for me that left me feeling so isolated and mentally burnt out for a long while. I know many others have felt the same way, and my heart goes out to them. To be met with the overwhelming amount of understanding and support from everyone when I thought I'd never be able to talk about this or have any kind of closure has helped me so much. Thank you for hearing me out and being so chill. It means the world to me. It's been an awful time for a lot of people, to say the least, but I hope that on the bright side of things, All of this coming to light can create meaningful change going forward. Seeing the VTuber community come together like this to lift each other up has been so nice to see. Please send a former VShojo talent and everyone affected by this all the love you can, and please donate to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Thank you guys for everything, and let's look forward to way more fun times in the future. There's Matara here replying, thanks for being so kind to me. I'm glad you can finally get the healing that you deserve. Nice. Happy for Nanners. Silver did tweet. Yeah, she had that tweet where she said she can't talk about it so much because she signed a very aggressive NDA. And they also made her mom sign one. We read that tweet at the beginning of the stream. All right, so we got 3 things on the menu that we can check out. I haven't seen any of these videos yet, so we can pick together what we want to see next. So there's Shondo that talks about her interview. We got like a loose timestamp for it. Talks about her interview with VShojo. That was kind of recent today. There's the Kuro stream that happened this morning. There's the Quinn stream that happened yesterday. What do you guys want to see first? What is not relevant? Only minted a few others. We've already seen all of those. Kuro told a lot. Shondo. Okay, we'll start with Shondo, then we'll do Kuro. Oh. So also, somebody's made a summary of a Nux video. And he's added some points in there. Well. Oh god, Nux.
I haven't. It is.
Henya. Okay, everybody's talking. Alright, real quick. I'll just read the bullet points. So, Nux says he already knew how shitty VShojo was after he got cancelled. He believes that VShojo talents got manipulated by VShojo and didn't get all the information when he got cancelled. And that people, well, that kind of corroborates to what Nanner says, where she says that the other talents were told lies about them. And then he says that people he knew in the VTubing community, without going into specifics unless he has to reveal them later, would receive messages from VShojo saying that if you ever associate with Nux after something like this, we're going to cut you off completely. So he laid down and just decided to take the heat instead of going off on them back then. Tectone said he received that same DM to corroborate, but he didn't say from who. Nux said he had more receipts that haven't been shown, and he will wait before he comes out with his stuff, since it's mostly the ex-talents showing receipts right now. Nux said he might be the one who leaked the Niji contract to LM. He just says that and moves on. He also says that he DM'd Kason and revealed that he had told her to not trust them before she joined them, so he did I told you so moment. He didn't show DMs to keep privacy and other stuff he can't show. He reiterates that the VShojo talents were nice, and Zen specifically because she apologized multiple times to him. This is also the second video that he released on this, so there might be more later. Let me know if I forgot something aside. This was made 1,337 days since he got backstabbed by VShojo. Okay, so the Shondo part is not long. It's gonna be like 5 minutes long, so that's perfect. It's 13 minutes in. Sylvanara, welcome to the Cute Squad. Thank you.
You guys, I think I'm like the only published that they offer. Yeah, they offered me 500k. I think I'm the only VTuber of moderate size that doesn't have some.
And it's her birthday. Well, it was her birthday, I think, before yesterday.
Dramatic story of them screwing her over, which is kind of funny. I guess I'll say now, since the company obviously isn't going back, a couple of years ago, I did have an interview with them in 2023, not the last batch of joinees, but when there was only the original group, plus a couple of other members. Yeah, it's a pretty funny story. And I got to final stage with them. Yeah. Final interview, spoke to some pretty high up big stonks people. And I was having the final interview and they were asking me a bunch of questions about stuff. Yeah, I've spoken to pretty much every major corpo at this point. And the funny question and the reason I think that they said they wouldn't hire me, yeah, I did not make the cut. I was not good enough.
Okay.
The big reason why they wouldn't hire me was everything was going swimmingly. And then the interviewer, who was a girl, a lady, and she was very nice, but she said to me, okay, so this is just a question we gotta ask. How do you feel about male collabs?
Okay.
And I said, like in general, I don't have a problem. That's fine. And she was like, no, you doing collabs. You're cool with collabing with flesh tubers. She didn't say flesh tubers. You're cool with collabing with guys and IRL streamers and things like that. Because I took a look at your page and it seems like you don't collab with many people. And I said, oh, no, I don't. No. No, not me. I was like, I don't have a problem, but no, I don't really want to. Just a personal thing, I'm not really into that. And she was like, oh, so what if... And then she was like, okay, alright, what if the guy has a lot of viewers?
But they didn't have any male talents back then. Like, Kuro was a recent addition. I guess maybe because they collabed with Shoto back then? I don't know.
And
Males on
I
stream!
went completely silent for a minute, because I was like...
Oh yeah, Connor. I forgot about Connor.
She's like, what if it's a male talent, a part of the group? And at the time I was like...
Or Bubby.
The company is called VShojo.
True. Yeah.
And again now, well, there was guys, but at the time there wasn't. I was like, what? What? And I remember just sitting there in shocked silence for a minute. And I was like, no, I wouldn't be open to doing that. She was like, you wouldn't? Like, in shock? Just because they're a guy? And I said, no, I don't do male collabs personally, but I don't have an issue with it. And then she went, okay. Like, really drawn out.
No way!
And then we continue with the interview. And then I got the email like, unfortunately, you're not been selected to continue, blah, 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 blah.
Lol.
I was like, oh, okay. It was a bit of a bummer at the time, but I was like...
At least she was being honest, though. Like, she knows her content, she knows what she likes doing, and she knows her audience.
Probably why, whatever. Shondo...
I mean, most ASM artists won't do mixed gender collabs.
Why did you try to join a corpo? I have spoken to every major corporation. I've never been against it. I've never been someone anti-corpo. I'm not sure where you get that idea, considering I got into VTubing because of Hollow.
I'm also not somebody that's anti-corpo. I see a lot of people doing these blanket statements like, oh, all corporations are bad. I really think it's a case-by-case thing. Like there's no such thing as a blanket statement. I believe that there's a way in business and things like that to find the win-win solution in everything, and I'm somebody that usually works towards these goals, so there could be a corporation that, you know, have profits but also treat their employees well. That could happen.
Alive. I have
Like
spoken
it
to every
depends.
single major
It depends on the corpo, you know.
corpo. At some point, what I'm against is corrupt corporations that
Yeah.
exploit the
Yes.
VTubers they're in.
Yes. Unfortunately, in the VTuber community lately, we've had just way more example of bad corpos rather than good, which sucks. But I am hoping that one day this will change.
I'm not anti-corporate. I've never been anti-corporate. Please don't put words into my mouth. The only thing I am is that I have no alignment. I have no allegiance. I have no care about the corpo itself. What matters to me is the VTubers in the corporations.
Which is also why I feel like no one really cared. No one was really a VShojo stan. Everybody was a stan of the VTubers that were there. So I feel like these VTubers, even though they're leaving the company now, they are going to get probably the same amount of support, which is a good thing. I think the corpo stands are usually more for the Asian corporations. Although that might not be true because Nanners and Vebe did call some people like the VShojo sheeps, so maybe they are VShojo fans. I just haven't seen them. There were some VShojo Defense Force. Yeah, so maybe they are actually. Maybe they are. How weird. How odd. Isn't that so... That's so peculiar, guys. Imagine being like a corpo fan when like they just represent talents. Like they don't even make anything from the ground up. Like you could be like an Apple fan. You're like, oh my god, I love Apple Watches. Is the fucking best product they've ever made. I could understand that. But to be like VShojo is just a name at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like the talent's gotta make the company. So I think that's so weird. But that's just me. And you know, I'm crazy, so.
Every corporation I've spoken to has never had enough appeal for me, but it isn't a bad idea as a talent to investigate these opportunities and see if you think you would be a good fit and if they think you'd be a good fit. No, not the N one. That's the only one I haven't spoken to pretty much. Now I don't feel the need to. Yeah, shopped around exactly. I can't say I don't think any corpo is a match for.
Yo, well, no, sport teams is different though. Because sport teams, they represent like a region. They have history. Like, oh, this team has... Rima's gonna pretend that she knows about sport right now. This is my fake sport enthusiast tangent. But hey, I've been watching Blue Lock, so... Like, there's history. They're like, oh, this team, you know, they've won 5 championships. I love them. Or there's... Isn't there some players that stay there for years too? Like, they have long tenures? It's about the team, maybe. Like, I'm gonna stop talking about this. Let's just fucking move on. I feel like I'm digging myself a hole.
Spoken to the people from the potential corpos. Not even Face Connect. Nope, I like owning my own IP. Thank you. I really don't get face beggars. There's no need for me to sell my IP. I don't think a lot of...
Wait, she called that face beggars? I've read the Blue Log manga. I'm caught up. Put away the shovelry, right? Yeah, I did put it away real quick. I felt like I was going nowhere there. I was kind of like shooting in the dark, you know? Man, what a week! It's only Wednesday, and then what a year! It's only July right now. What a century! Angry face. Yeah, exactly. I would consider myself a former Niji and then VShojo stan. I have terrible luck, I guess. Yeah, well, Sean, maybe just tell us the next company that you're gonna like, and we'll know the next one is gonna get cancelled. But I thought of myself that way because I enjoy many... Hello, can I have the message appear again? Because I enjoy many of their talents and thought highly of VShojo until now. Well, I thought their philosophy was good, but that was before we got the full picture.
People who aren't streamers or aren't VTubers understand exactly what joining a company like FaZe would entail. It's literally selling your soul.
I always said I want FaZe to not get too big. Well, I think FaZe has different ideals than you. I'm sure FaZe and Sakana would love for FaZe to get bigger. Getting bigger doesn't mean that it's gotta become like sloppy and not well managed. If you're somebody that's thorough, that's well organized, and you scale like proportionally to what you can handle, it can be done. Like going bigger isn't automatically a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if you lose control.
Yeah, they're good. They're not corrupt. I fully believe that. But I like owning my own intellectual property that I own. Invaders lend the IP essentially, but have you guys not noticed that every invader debuts with a new model? That's because they don't own their IP anymore. It's being rented out. They can't stream with the old model on their unphased owned accounts anymore.
Really?
I know you guys. I know how this works. Trust me, you can't be like, no, that's not the case. Yeah, it is. I don't think you guys realize I've spoken to everyone.
Yeah, there was that one VTuber who graduated from VShojo. I believe she had like a model that was like light blue and white. I'm the kind of person that only remembers color coordination. I don't remember names. It's not a very good skill to have. But I'm very good at remembering colors. But it's such a useless skill. God damn it. But yeah, she like... I think she was Invaders, wasn't she, chat? And then she couldn't keep her IP somehow. Yeah, it was Fura Yuri. Oh, Nazuna's from VShojo. We're talking about FaZe right now. Would Nux be a loyal enemy as VShojo is a fake friend? He'd be the loyal rival, maybe.
It's a funny tangent. My IP is not being rented. It's not going to anyone.
Oh, I said graduated from VShojo? Sorry. The White Claw's starting to hit me. I'm feeling a little buzzed right now. I meant FaZe. My bad, chat. I confused you.
Yeah, they can't make merch of you. It's mine. You've spoken to everyone, but you haven't spoken to me.
You're drinking? You think I can get through 3 days of this sad stuff without drinking? No, but I'm joking. We cracked a beer when the Tiltify IDF foundation from Iron Mouse hit $1 million. So that's why.
Yeah, you're so right. You're so right. My bad. Yeah, funny tangent over. Yeah. I guess I'm the only VTuber who doesn't have a story of FaZe screwing them over. Not FaZe, VShojo, oh my god.
See, she also mixed them up. It's not just me.
Whoops, accidentally leaked next month's drama. My bad. Too early. Uh-oh. Stick to the script. Yeah, good idea. Let's be careful. Spoilers. Google Doc, yeah. I wouldn't have joined one where I needed to graduate. Not not after I guess established myself as a VTuber. Once I was able to make enough money through VTubing to support my family and myself, there is no reason for me to want to graduate for another. Even somewhere bigger where I'd have more money and more fans, whatever. Yeah, you guys saved me from corpos.
True, she's right. She has no...
Yeah, I'm definitely comfortable. I can pay my family's bills. I can make sure we have a house. I have savings to keep everyone safe.
What I like about Shondo is that like she's really involved with her family and she has a lot of responsibilities there. To the point where I almost feel bad because it seems like she has so much pressure on her shoulders.
And there's so many of you guys. I sell more merch than I can package. Yeah.
Alright, wait. Okay, we're past the 18-minute timestamp. I think that's it for the relevant part for us, so we're just gonna move on to the next stream, which is a Kuro. Dude, it'd be great if somebody did a clip of that. There's also like oh shit, sorry. There's also like Sora the Troll who made a video, but I feel like that's less priority. I think we should do Kuro for sure. Oh, he did do a highlight. Oh no, it's a stream. Is there a highlight? Has anybody watched that Sora the Troll video? Is there anything like important in it?
Like a Dora the Explorer.
Okay, no, it's just 1 minute. Never mind. Okay, it's just we're gonna have to go through the stream, I think. There's no shortening that one.
I'm not.
Timestamps in the comments? Yeah, that's a good idea. Gugu Gaba Gaba? Is that the song? Alright, we'll just watch it the old-fashioned way.
Not. So just relax. Turn up the song.
Okay.
To the
Okay,
mean like that. Oh, god damn it. Alright. Probably wondering why I'm streaming on YouTube and not Twitch for this
Okay, it's 2 hours long, so I'm speeding this one up.
update. The main reason is because that most of VShojo members have decided to make their own videos about this.
Wait, before... Should I show you guys my ultimate trick? Why I speed up every video? It's because I divide the days. Fuck, can I find that? Fuck, it's like an iconic short I wanted to show you guys, but I can't find it right now. Okay, I'll find it later.
And I really can't be fucked to make one myself or pay my editor to make one. So, I'm just gonna fucking stream on YouTube and do it on here so then people can just look at the VOD on YouTube. You know, why go through all this extra effort to make a fucking YouTube video, like, that's like condensing my Twitch VOD, when I can just do it on YouTube to begin with, right? And then people can just look at the VOD or whatever. So, that's why I'm like, fuck it, we're doing it on YouTube.
No worries, Howling God.
So a lot of shit's been going on, huh? I kind of told you guys, if you've watched me for a while, you know, you guys know, I've had a lot of mood swings recently. Can you guess why?
You're on your period?
There's quite a lot to unpack, right? And there's only so much I can say about the situation, because obviously I have legal things that have been signed.
Seems like they're probably all gearing up for that class action thing.
That means I can't say certain things, I can't talk about certain things, and you know what, even if I could, to be honest, I don't really want to. But we'll talk about a couple of things, at least. And I think the first thing to talk about is somewhat related to the main issue, but it's for merchandise. I feel like you guys should know a little bit about merchandising, because, you know, you guys support me a lot, you buy my merch and that, and you're probably like, well then, what the hell's gonna go on with the current merchandise, and what the hell's gonna go on with future merchandise? Are you gonna even have any? You know, like that shit? So, to answer that question first, for merchandising, I only had one merchandising sale that hasn't been like fully sent and fulfilled yet, which is my most recent one. It was my birthday, which was last month. My birthday merch, I had like a bundle which has signed posters. Don't worry, if you bought that, they are planning to still fulfill it. Okay, I made sure of that when I had my discussions like 11 days ago.
Oh, really?
Going to fulfill those, so the people who bought the signed posters and stuff.
I'm surprised, especially after we're watching the Legal Mindset stream where he's like, oh, if I was government right now, I'd be running to declare bankruptcy.
It's a good thing. Almost all of my merchandise, like I'm sure a lot of you guys probably don't really like VShojo right now, right? And I'm in that boat with you. I get it. But you know the good thing though?
Yeah.
All of my merch, I didn't really brand it as VShojo merch, right? There's not really VShojo branding on the merch. So when you receive my birthday bundle, there's not really like a VShojo logo or anything on any of the merchandise. So that's good. Yippee! Sick. So yeah, for merchandising wise, any of the people who've bought stuff that they haven't received it yet, it will be fulfilled. Okay, it will be fulfilled. At least that's what I'm told. If it's not fulfilled, I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be somehow even more uproar. So I really think that they should definitely stick to their word on that and fulfill that, because yeah. But from my knowledge, yes, everything should be fulfilled. Okay?
Yeah, but do they have the resources? You know, it comes down to that.
Okay, so relax on that. Future merch though, you might be like, oh no, how is he going to have merchandising now? Now that he's an indie. Guys, I got it sorted in 2 hours. I'm not joking. I guess I'm just that bitch. I got it fucking sorted in 2 hours, unironically. So.
Damn, he's him. He got it sorted right away.
I reached out to Uwu Market, and I was like, dude, you sell a lot.
Oh, Uwu Market? Yeah. They handle everything. It's like key in hand. Super easy process. And very nice professional staff.
Of merchandise, a lot of my friends use you for merch. I was wondering, would you work with me? Or whatever, maybe we can talk about it. And they were like, fuck yeah. And so I've already basically got Uwu Market to help me with all future merchandise. I'm already in talks. Cool. I think I also, right before the stream, I got invited to the affiliate on Twitter, so I can have free YouTube Blue, whatever, without actually having to pay for it, which is pretty sick. They did it immediately, and we talked about it on Discord a little bit. And
they haven't invited me to the affiliate thingy. Hello? Oh, we're about to raid. Call Nyan Nyan. Oh, Niana raid. Niana. Oh no, it's not Niana. It's Lydia raid. The chant is confusing. Lydia Nyanya. Hello. Hello. You know there's a character in One Piece, Lydia? Hope you had a nice stream, by the way. There's a character in One Piece that's like a cat. And he always says Nyanya at the end of every sentence. And I love him for that. And every time I see him on screen, I think about you because of that. I am reminded of you.
And on email, and well, not email, Discord and Twitter messages. So Uwu Market W, they're going to help with future merchandise, and you guys are going to be fine. If you've ordered merch from a lot of other VTubers, you've probably ordered from Uwu Market before, because a lot of other VTubers use them. For instance, let's just name a few.
Hi, Shikai!
LumiTuber, Numi, Vienna, Chibidoki, Camilla, Rainho.
How's it going, Shikai?
Tricky, Vidal, all these people have used them. So, yeah, pretty trustworthy, and they stick to their shit, and they got a lot of good merch. So, that's sorted. Merch side, completely sorted. We'll be fine, okay? In fact, we'll probably be better. Let's be real, okay? I can't say much. I'm not dissing anything. I'm just saying, this might be a little better. Anyway, sorry, I have to be careful of what I say, alright? So, yeah. Pretty cool. It might somehow be even better somehow, because they have a really good service. Who knows? Anyway. So that's the merch side. What's next? I want to go down these like listed, like a list. Let me see quickly. So okay, future of the channel. Am I going to continue streaming?
Yes.
No.
What?
Just kidding. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am going to continue streaming. Yeah, sorry. Just kidding. Yeah. I'm gonna continue streaming. But, you know, I haven't been streaming very regularly recently because I've been really, really fucking depressed. There's a lot going on in my life, you know? There's just a lot of shit going on. And one of them is this, right? One of them is this.
Fair.
Well, by the way, for that. Super chat.
Yeah, I mean, if you're running after your agency for payments and shit, that would make anybody stressed out. And dealing with your agency imploding behind the scenes, yeah.
I don't really get super chats often because I don't stream on YouTube. So, thank you. Ding! Honestly, I was thinking maybe of streaming a little bit more on YouTube when I do stream, just because, I don't know. I wanted to do that before, and then I kind of just forgot. I think it would be fun.
Okay.
To do it like both, you know? Not multi-stream. Multi-streaming sucks. Because
It's fine.
multi-streaming, you end up focusing more on one platform over the other, you know? Like, for instance, if it's Twitch chat. One thing with Twitch, if you stream on Twitch and you multi-stream, you're not allowed to merge your chats in the top left, like how my chat is right now. You can't merge them. You can only have Twitch chat. If you have merged, you are liable to get banned. Especially because I'm a Twitch partner, and I'm a Twitch manager. So, yeah. In any case, even if you could, I feel like it's really weird to stream on two things at once. It doesn't feel as nice. It feels so disfocused, you know? It feels like I'm having like two side bitches, you know what I mean? It's like weird. I don't know. I don't like it.
Damn. I got an entire harem then.
User account, thank you for the $20, by the way. Margot, thank you as well for the like.
Hey, when you think about it, I realized my dream of having a reverse harem. Easy.
Nicole, thank you for the orange seafood. And Chowie. Anyway, I'm going to be talking about my experience with the company in like just 3 minutes. Okay, I'm a little all over the place right now. Okay, so just bear with me. Luca, thanks so much for the...
Yeah, I know. I mean, I have my chats combined on my OBS. The one thing that's annoying about multi-streaming is that I think YouTube and Twitch require different bit rates, and I probably need to adjust that.
So, hope everyone's going okay. I mean, everyone's taking out their own thing. So, honestly, it did break my heart a little bit. I was watching Nagi go live, like, I don't know, like 40 minutes ago. And, you know, she didn't know anything that was going on, and, like, she was crying. Made me feel bad, you know? But I'm not gonna be crying here, because I'm dead inside. And I can't be bothered to cry.
Nagi?
I have done this before. I mean, this is a little different than last time, because...
Dude, all the Nijisanji refugee, I feel so bad because they went from one imploding agency, they found a safe haven, they're like refugees, and then this shit happens again. Like a year later.
This last time, I chose to leave a company that was still existing. This time, I'm choosing to leave a company which I'm pretty sure is ceasing to exist. At least, don't quote me on that, but like,
damn.
I mean, there's 0 members currently, so I mean, I'm just assuming. I don't know. So, it's a little different this time, right? Hey, Barbacado, thank you for the red super, dude. Appreciate that. It's a little different this time. So I had... Where do I begin here? It's hard to say where to begin. So, the first year of me being in VShojo was a great blast. It was awesome. Everything was so much smoother.
That's when we saw all of these clips where they were praising their VShojo managers and the company and all of that.
The contract was way better than I'd ever had from anything, right? I was very happy. The problem for me kind of started arising the second year.
Okay.
The second year, everything started being a little bit more disjointed. Of course, I'm trying to be careful with what I say here, of course. The second year, you might have noticed that there wasn't as much VShojo collaborations, like full group collaborations. Everyone kind of started doing their own thing, and like not really doing stuff associated with like the name of VShojo. It was more like their own thing. Did you guys notice that on the second year I was in? That's not a coincidence, you know. There's been stuff, right, going on, but the thing is, I guess the one thing I'd say is just a lot of empty promises. You might say, so obviously we didn't know about how dire the situation was until very, very recently, right? However, there were problems, right? And the thing is, I feel like a lot of people on the internet, especially in this like VTuber sphere, are very stupid and immature in the sense that when they hear being part of a company and they're like, oh my god, company has bad side, then they just go onto the, well, then why the hell are you still in the company? Type of shit, right? The reason why a lot of us, well, I don't want to speak for everyone, but definitely for some people, including me, to stay, before knowing about this charity thing, by the way, this is before any of that, but before that extra year, it's because we had meetings. We had meetings with Gun and other people talking about like what we don't like and what we want to see improved. And we were told that things were going to improve. We were told that things were going to change.
Okay.
We were told that our stuff was being, you know, took seriously.
Hey, what do you want to improve on? Get paid. I think it's that fantasy of safe haven that's ultimately led to the financial downfall. Like Guts says in Berserk, there's no heaven at a place you ran to. It's just another battlefield. Ooh, dropping some wise lore here.
Seriously, right? And, you know, the reason I mentioned about the immaturity of the, why don't you just leave that? Because if you have a job, right, in real life, and you're not just like a fucking chronically online little bitch boy, then you know that most fucking companies have downsides, right?
Yeah.
And it's very rare that a company will actually talk to you about their downsides and say, hey, you know what, you're right, I am going to change this in the company. So obviously, a lot of people were giving second chances, third chances to the company, extending the period of time where they're still in here, right? Again, I have to preface this is before knowing the charity shit, right? And for everyone else's funding, I will get on to that in a bit, because I have something to say about that for myself.
Okay.
So, that is...
But I like how structured his stream is so far, and he's not going on a lot of tangent, and he's been like straight to the point, going point by point so far, and he's dropping. It's been really informative so far. Yeah.
That's why a lot of people were kind of just staying to see what happens, right? Believing in the fact that things were going to improve. Obviously, I can't talk about the things that were wrong, apart from some that were directly for me, because I signed stuff, and so is everyone else. So. You may have heard on Kason stream, you may have heard that she wasn't paid, what was it, since
2024
like,
September,
I think?
September.
Or something like that? Or September. September last year. Okay. September last year, right?
I thought
now,
it was September. Yeah.
We receive our money directly to like us for like Twitch, right? Like Twitch, YouTube, anything like that. The only thing that we don't receive is merchandising and sponsors. And so you might be like, oh, okay, well that's fine, right? That's fine. Because like, you know, you have to rely on them to pay you for your merchandise and sponsor money, but at least you still get like all your main income, right? The thing is, a lot of streamers, they make more money from doing sponsors and merch than actually streaming. And I feel like not many people understand that, right? So sponsors bring in a very big amount of a streamer's income. That's why so many streamers do try to aim for like a monthly sponsor that just gets them through the whole month for the next 2 months, right? Sponsors are very big. So not
Dude, for real, Yinka. But I think it's because they had like that little safety net from people donating to them and the fans from Twitch and stuff. Like, dude, how many models did Michi get during those 2 years? They must be getting decent income, even without the VShojo pays. But still, if I'm owed $500, I want that $500. Like, you're owed that money. You're not greedy wanting to have that money that you're owed. Like, you need to be made whole. It's just business. Like, literally, like, that's the quote used correctly.
being paid them for a long time is kind of a problem, you know? Because it's a big chunk of your income, right? This music's too, bro. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, you worked for it, so you gotta get paid. That's how it works.
So yeah. So that's a big part of income for streamers, right? Sponsors and merchandising. And like, I'm sorry, I just have to say, this fucking, I typed in jazz music, non-copyright playlist. This is the same fucking playlist that I used to use 2 years ago. I just realized with this song, oh my god, dude. Do I have anything else I can use? I'm just gonna click a different one. What is this? This is fine. It's fine. Sorry. Anyway, what the fuck was I saying? Yeah, so, the thing that Kason should be referring to, I don't want to speak for her, but should be referring to is the fact she hasn't been paid for sponsor money and merchandising, right? Because we get paid for, like, Twitch and YouTube ourselves. Like, there's no VShojo involved. Like, that goes directly to whatever bank we've set up, right? So yeah, I just wanted to make sure you guys know that is a big deal. It is a big deal. So, she hasn't been paid since, what, September? I'm gonna tell you guys a little funny little fact. Okay? I'm gonna tell you guys a little funny fact. So, do you guys remember, hold on, Let me just open this up so I have all the details correct.
Yo, do you guys notice the texture on the carpet? Now that I've noticed it, that's all I can look at. It looks so real.
Slanderous or whatever. Like, this is just facts, right? So let me just open this up quickly. Hold on. Yeah, I just want to make sure I have this completely correct, okay? Here it is. Okay, so, you guys remember when I debuted in 2023? I sold a bunch of merch. I think I had like a shirt, acrylic stand, like some other stuff, right? It was my debut merch, right? I debuted in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I got paid for that in June 11th. June 11th, this year.
Wait,
I got
what?
paid for that.
June? He debuted in June 2023 or 2024? Wait.
You guys remember when I debuted in 2023?
Dude, it wasn't 2023. It was that long ago, really? Okay, June 2023, and he got
I
paid.
sold a bunch of merch. I think I had like a shirt, acrylic stand, like some other stuff, right? It was my debut merch, right? I debuted in 2023.
Wait, so he got paid last month?
So, I got paid for that in June 11th.
2025, that last month. It took 2 years? Hello?
June 11th, this year.
Yeah, for real. From grad queue to pay queue. What the fuck?
I got paid for that merch from 2 years ago, last month. And that's a fact. That is a straight fact. I got paid for it. Not from last
Wow.
year. Like, from 2 years ago when I debuted, I just got paid for it last month. And that is a fact. There's a fact. And I had, Maiko really helped with this. He really pushed for getting this. Maiko made a whole spreadsheet, right? Because there was no other things accounting for this. So big W's to Maiko. Maiko is a goat, and he was able to get me paid. But I wasn't paid for that first merch and a bunch of other ones. But I think the main thing to keep in mind is that first merch was 2 years ago. That debut merch is 2 years ago, guys. It's 2 years ago. It was fucking October, like 2023. Do you know how long that is?
Like it's now or never.
And I'm not lying. I have all the proof, and I got paid for it last month. Yeah. So here's the thing. A lot of members are going to say this, and they probably have already said this. It feels really stupid to, defend the company for all the stuff, like, because we didn't know about all this stuff, right? Like, I knew that, what is it? How do I explain this? I was missing, well, I didn't know that I was missing that merchandise payment, right? Because VShojo doesn't pay merch monthly. They pay it quarterly. And if you're a streamer who, like, for the first year of me streaming as Henya and Kuro, I was streaming, like, daily for that first year, for a while, right? I was streaming a lot. And if you're a streamer who streams a lot, especially other members who stream way longer, you're trusting your, like, company or whoever's in charge of your financials to get it right, right? And you're not checking it all the time. You're not checking all the time to make sure every single thing is correct and you're getting paid for every single thing, especially if it's quarterly, right? So I didn't pay attention to that. And by the time...
Yeah, quarterly pay, that is something also that Chility corroborated when she was negotiating the contract with VShojo when they were thinking of acquiring her. And she said she didn't like that quarterly clause. She was trying to change it.
That I started, like, slowing down on streaming after around a year. That was a whole year ago. So I thought, oh, that's already accounted for, right?
It's like what is quarterly pay? They pay once every 4 months. Yeah. And, well, I don't know. I was with an agency at one point and they did that. And let me tell you, we did not keep track of our pays. It was very difficult. Obviously, you should, though. You should write down everything that you're owed and then check or have somebody check it for you. But usually, some companies do that, the 4 month, like, period, so they can use the cash flow to finance like other stuff in the meantime. So if you have like some talents that are doing better than others, that kind of use your pay to milk them a little bit, and then when it's time to pay you, that's when they finally pay you, but they'll hold on to your money as long as they can. I hated that, by the way. I feel like looking back, that was a red flag. Just offered 5 subscription to the community. Sayus Found Sun, thank you so much for the 5 Twitch gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. 3 months, not 4 months. Okay, sorry, 3 months.
Because who the fuck looks at that after a year, and then you're like, oh, you know what? I should check if I was paid for the first merchandise I had when I debuted, right? You don't think about that. But it feels really fucking stupid and really, almost humiliating to, you know, say all the things that I've said about the company, right? Like,
Melon Rena, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. I hope you guys had an amazing stream. Thank you so much, ladies. Welcome, Melon Rena viewers. We're just going over this whole VShojo situation has been imploding. And right now we're going over Kuro's statement that he's made on the topic. We just learned that it took them 2 years for him to receive his debut merch pay, which is insane.
because it's like betrayal, right? It's like, I glazed you, bro. And the thing is, guys, and this is my personal opinion. They have, their contract was way better than I'd ever had, right? For something. I still stand by that fact. But the problem is, if you can't fucking provide what the contract says, then the contract means nothing. I'm sorry, that's just how it's like, it's just like fluff. It's just false words at that point. Like, I don't know. That's how I feel, personally. Like, I still stand by what I said before, where I said that this was like, oh, a good, way better contract than I ever had, and things are going nice in that sense, but it wasn't really fulfilled. So, like, you know, what the hell then? Plus, once I found out about the charity thing, once I found out about that, I immediately started talking about it. I was like, bro, no, I'm out. Like, it's weird as well, because a lot of people in VShojo, like I said, we started doing our own thing. Everyone's doing their own thing, right? And, obviously, no one's really communicating with each other that they have problems with their financials. You know what I mean? Because it's their business, right? It's their financials, like other talent.
We saw that clip earlier.
It's like my own business. Oh, my payment got delayed? Okay, I gotta, like, I guess it's my business, right? So we weren't communicating this with each other. You know, like, obviously some people would say stuff every now and then, but it wasn't like all the time communicating, like, make sure each one of you all get this. Like, let's make sure they stick this, because we weren't like that, right? So once this happened,
Oh shit, breaking news. Iron Mouse will stream tonight. Oh. I'm nervous and scared and worried about being live. Iron Mouse sent this in her Discord server, but I will stream tonight at around 8:30 p.m. ET. That's EST, right? I can't talk about anything other than what I mentioned in the video I posted, so there will be no other information shared. I wish I could. Like I said, I promise that as soon as I can speak about things, I will tell you guys everything. For now, let's just have a fun charity stream with singing and chatting. Oh my god, she's gonna go through for charity stream? That's crazy. Wow. I'll try to be live as long as I can before I am unable. I love you guys. Thank you for being so patient with me. She's so fucking strong. It's crazy. She's Superwoman.
everyone started coming forwards internally, being like, the fuck? Me too, right? You know? It's like, wait, what the fuck? You too? And that's when everyone kind of mutually decided, it feels, to be like, all right, nah. And then the charity was like the fucking icing on the cake, bro. It was like, if there was even a shred, even a 0.001%, it's gone after that. You don't fuck with charity, dude. And the thing is,
yes.
I mean, dude, I can't say everything I want to say, of course, but hypothetically, if a company
we'll rate her.
that isn't real, took a bunch of that money and then didn't pay it to charity, that is hypothetically, very hypothetically illegal.
Yes.
And not something that I want to be a fucking witness to, hypothetically, right? So,
Ooh.
listen, man, I don't want to be like a fucking accomplice in this shit, hypothetically. Hello?
Nah, he
Hello?
wouldn't be.
I'm out. And the worst... I know that there's been a lot going on, but I was actually supposed to get my termination contract before Mousy had posted that. I had a meeting, like 10 days ago, or more, way more, actually, 12, I don't know. And I told them, like, I want to leave, I don't agree with any of this stuff, and I want to go, and they're like, we can get that done, like, in a day. Like, and I was like, okay. And then the next day passed, and then another day passed, and then another day passed, and I didn't get my contract, and I was like, okay. Let's see how many days passed, right? Let me tell you guys. Where is it?
I'm taking notes on my
there was a
phone.
lot going on, but it fueled my anger a little bit, just because, like, the thing is, guys, I don't ask for much in the company. Like, out of every single person in this company, I think I've probably asked the least. This is the one thing I fucking asked. I just asked, can I have my termination contract? They said, yeah, and, like, the next day or the day after.
That's
and I ended up
crazy.
waiting, like, 10 to 11 days. with no message, right? And it's like
the bare minimum, he's just asking to leave. That's it. And they won't even give him his leave.
listen, I have nothing against the guy that was sawing it, right? The guy that was sawing it, fine, whatever. I know there's a lot going on, but I'm just saying.
Wait, Taiga just donated a lot of money? Fanboy Taiga donated a lot of money to Iron Mouse Foundation? Really? Damn, based of him.
That it is very aggravating.
Emily
kind of
tweeted
be,
about
left
it.
along continuously. So like, when I was told that it would be done like right away, right? Like, yeah, exactly. I want to be respected. Exactly. It's like I've never even asked for anything, you know. It's just a little bit of a fuck you that it took that long. It's like, really? Like I never asked for anything, bro, ever. And this is the one thing I ask, and it takes like more.
Wait, did Taiga actually donate 16K? He went straight to #1? What? Wow, Taiga, I am so impressed. Good shit. Good shit, my dude. Taiga's a top donor? My god. Wow. That's superb.
10 days when you promised it would be done in a day. Because the thing is, guys, for my like leaving contract, I didn't even ask for anything special. You know, a lot of people
Wow.
are like negotiating and stuff. Like, you know, get your
Oh,
most, what makes you
17K.
safe, right? I didn't even do that. I didn't even fucking negotiate. I said, like, this is what I think. These are the terms. Do you agree? They're like, yeah, okay. And I'm like, okay. And that's it. Just give me the fucking termination contract. I'm gone. Right?
Okay.
I didn't ask for anything special, so it's not like they had to do anything. Like it's like they don't have these already, you know? But I get it. There was a lot of other people also wanting to do that shit or whatever. But well, no, I don't know. No, I don't think so because.
Did I see my tweet in the new Philip DeFranco video? No. Where's Philip DeFranco? An American YouTuber. He makes videos about politics. Why would my tweet be in it?
A lot of people, some people didn't even know about this until Mousy dropped that, which was 10 days later. So, like, no, I don't think it is that little process. Like,
Yeah, thank you for the raid, Rena. I shouted you guys out. Of course, I don't mind the raid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, he had an Iron Mouse section. No way. Sheesh. Cool. Cool. That's awesome. I wonder which tweet.
a lot of people, because like, bro, dude, I had to ask for that like 10 days in advance. Like, what? Whatever. Anyway. I just want to say, I personally, not the biggest fan of VShojo, but it's like I said when I left my last job, okay? Just because that I may not
Yeah.
be fond of some things, doesn't mean that every single person involved in there, I don't fuck with, okay? Like, there have been a lot of people who worked in VShojo who are still currently, like, trying to fucking run around and be like, what the fuck is happening? There are still people in there that are good people, right? So, I just want to make that clear, okay? When I say I don't really fuck with it much, I'm saying, like, the thing as a whole, not the individuals, except for maybe some. But most individuals, right? Most of them didn't betray me. So, like Maiko, for instance, right? Maiko's helped a lot. Maiko is actually still helping right now with stuff. By the way, guys, I like updated my business email like 4 or 5 hours ago on Twitter, right? I updated it, and I have someone like that looks through it for me. I literally like gave them the access to look through and shit, and they literally messaged me and they were like, "Dude, you just changed it, right?" Like, I was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Only on Twitter, right?" I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Dude, you got like 2 offers. One is for like a convention." And I was like, "What? Already?"
Wow.
So we're already locked into a
That's
convention.
fast.
So literally, guys, me leaving, it's like nothing changed really. Like I got new merchandising people, and I'm still
Bro, he got a convention deal and and he also got his merch sorted out. That's crazy.
getting
Damn.
like, you know, all the offers
He's
I got
him.
before. So literally, I'm just chilling, honestly. The only thing is, like, of course, there are so many
He seems in a good mood.
people affected by this, and fucking stealing money from charity is not a joke, okay? And I know I sound like I'm not like super sad. I have been. I'm just trying to be a little
Okay.
bit more positive because everyone is fucking sad right now. Everyone's
Yeah.
sad. Everyone is screaming. Everyone's like
Fair.
taking the time off.
Fair.
I haven't streamed consistently in 3.5 weeks. As you guys, if you're a regular viewer, you know I haven't. So I've had a lot of time to sit in the fucking corner of my room and be like, so, you know, I've had my time. Let me see. Let me make sure there's not anything else I'm like missing real quick.
I mean, we need some good news, so I really don't mind his upbeat attitude. Everybody
Yeah.
deals with pain in different
You're not
ways.
Kuro anymore? What?
And also sometimes when other people are really sad, you adjust, you become like the person that needs to be more cheerful in order to cheer them up.
No, I won't be Kuro anymore. In fact, I'm gonna change my name. I'm now Burrow. I would like to be referred to as Burrow with a B. Thank you.
I hate that.
Bay9 Burrow is my favorite. Burrow this dick in your ass? Alright, dude.
Oh no!
Seriously? Will you make your own corpo? Oh, that sounds like... You know what? There have been so many, countless amazing, not shut down in the first 2 months, VTuber corporations that have started from friendships. Damn, you know what? That sounds like a great idea. In fact, I think I
Got
should do
him!
that. I think I'll do that tomorrow. And I'll just invite everyone. That'll be a great idea. Obviously, I'm joking. Hell no. Listen, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of done with corporations for a little while.
Okay.
You know, I'm kind of done joining them. I think I'm just gonna chill as an indie.
Yeah.
All right. I haven't tasted the indie like seawater. You know.
Why
I
not?
haven't tasted it, man. I feel like I should. Yeah, I am my own company. Exactly. Listen, one more thing of the red super, by the way. What the fuck? You're freed out. We are here. You got this Kuro. Hey, thank you. General Boss is fake as well. Oh my god, I hope not General Boss. I'm sure that'll be fine.
I'm still thinking about that joke! Dude, that
Kuro,
chatter...
nice to meet you. Thank you.
That chatter was so quick on it.
Thank you as well. Kuro, can we keep Maiko, please? Unfortunately, I won't be keeping
It's
Maiko.
like a D's nut
But
tangent.
Maiko's still gonna be around. Still gonna be friends with him, still gonna message him. And Maiko is still helping me with every single thing that's, what's it called? Like, all the stuff that is
Wait, Michael? Is it the same Michael from Michi? That's helping Michi?
still ongoing within VShojo that needs to be fulfilled. He's still helping me out. The goat. Why not keep Maiko? I can't afford him. I'm gonna be real. I'm a poor ass bitch. I can't afford him. Yo, his rates. This guy's a baller. Okay, he a baller. I can't afford this guy. He is the goat.
Oh, Michael.
Someone else can afford him though. You know, like I need to take all the thing. The thing is though. All right, here's the thing. Maiko handles a lot for like everyone that is near and dear to my heart. But I mean, I don't really ask much of Maiko. In fact, our meetings are always less than 10 minutes long. And you can ask him this yourself. I ask so little of Maiko that I feel like sometimes he's like, can you just give me something to do? So I don't think I need a manager, really. I really don't. Like, Maiko's great. He helps with so many things. But I think for like what I'm doing, I don't really need to pay for a manager or anything, because, you know, I'm just vibing. But yeah. That means other people, if you want a really good manager, Maiko is open, okay? He already posted on Twitter. Fucking check that shit. If you need a manager, he's really good. Promise. Perfect. Steffi, thank you for the red super, by the way. Bay9 Burrow, be a donkey VTuber like Michi. Michi?
Oh, Maiko manages Kuro, Michi, and Ama. Oh.
Thank you for the red super, though. It feels weird to say
Thank
thanks
you.
for the red super. I feel like I haven't said that in, like, years. Also, Dara, thank you as well. Whatever you do, don't let Michi handle the financing. Also, congrats on your future wedding. Thank you. I'm assuming those two things aren't linked together. If you guys don't know, Michi predicted at Offkai with tarot cards.
Yes, that is a clip that's been going viral that we should check out, the tarot card clip.
I was gonna get married soon. Michi also predicted 6 months ago with tarot cards on stream that VShojo was gonna have a downfall. So I'm kind of shitting myself right now. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm kind of shitting myself, dude. I don't think I'm ready to get married, bro. That's right, Joe. Thank you for the yellow too, by the way. Thanks for the hug. Can I play with it as well? I feel like I haven't had the best track record with luck for some certain things. The thing is, I don't know. Lily, thank you so much for the red super, dude. Thank you so much. You're insane. Red super. Fuck. Crazy. Yeah. I think Nova Girl's gonna be fine. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's gonna be fine. Dude, just because listen, I've been a #1 supporter of VShojo Nova, okay? You guys have known this. If you watch me, I always raided into VShojo Nova. Every time.
That's most of the relevant stuff?
I wanted to see them succeed, you know? They were like a sub part of the branch. They were the JP branch. I wanted to see it succeed. That's not gonna change, dude. I think they're really nice people. I'm still gonna raid into them. I'm still gonna fucking hang out in their chats. I'm still going to, like, you know, if they ever want to play or whatever. And that doesn't change. Also, the friendships that we have between VShojo members, not just like JP, that's not gonna change either. We're still fine. I'm still gonna fucking collab with people, you know? We're not gonna, like, cut each other off. And honestly, that is the biggest beauty. We don't have to stop. We don't have to cut each other out,
Yeah.
you know? Like, we can still do stuff publicly. That is nice. That is really, really nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Kuro, for this. That was insightful. There's no more after this, right? Okay, cool. Let's look at this mention.
With it then not taking much longer for a lot of talent at VShojo to start removing the company from their
Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Mom, that's me. I'm on TV. Do I leave a comment? Chat. Give me something cool to comment. Something cool I could say.
bios, implying that they had a mass exodus on their hands, and many of them made it seem like
That's
this is
it.
the straw that broke the camel's back, and that they've been dealing with issues for a while now. And so, for example, you had music composer Starlight Darrow claiming that they were
That's it. My moment is already over. That was fast. That was like, you know how Andy Warhol said in the future everybody's gonna have their 15 minutes of fame? Nowadays it's more like 2 seconds. Burrow these nuts, that's the only thing that I can think of. I'm not even gonna lie, that's also what I thought of. What's my cool comment, guys? Hey, that's me.
Hurt.
Wait, I can. How do people timestamp things in the comments? By the way, I've never done that. Oh, fuck the timestamp. Alright, it's gonna be a lame comment finally. Whatever. Hey, that's me. Alright, next. Just type 1223. Oh, okay. Well, I'll know for next time. Hey, I'm surprised we went through the entire list. We did the $2 million tweet, the fruit tweet, Iron Mouse tweet, Sayu's tweet. New allegations with people that audition. Shondo talks about her interview. LM Fast Facts 2 videos. Nanner's tweet. Nanner's video. Henya stream. Henya's tweet. Min stream. Kuro stream. Sayu video would be another one that we should add, but maybe that's something I watch on my own and I take notes and then I do a TLDR on stream though, because it might be long. So where did Quinn talk about this? On Twitch? Quinn Bennett. Oh, he's live right now. It looks like, look, it looks like this is part of his hair. Huh? Wait. That can't be the one that's from 3 days ago, can it? Is it 3 days ago? Yeah, it's in a Hoagie sink. It's not there. Did he delete the VOD? Let me see. Quinn Bennett. It's on his, I mean, he has a Quinn Bennett live. 8 months ago is his last stream. Okay, cool. That's not gonna help. And his latest video was 3 months ago. Quinn Bennett Extra.
Is that what he said?
He has so many channels. I'm slacking. Quinn talks about his bad experience with VShojo, 17 minutes long. Cool. He made a clip. Man, I love people who make clips of their content. Let's go. All right, we found it. And it's not 35 minutes long. Woohoo. Make myself smaller.
Thanks for your interest. Thanks for meeting up with us. Thanks for your time. We can't move forward right now. After I left my agency, after I had given them a timeline, after I met up with them twice, after you were asking around about me. So if y'all have seen the VShojo news, essentially, and I'm not ecstatic about the news. I'm ecstatic that I can finally talk about what the f happened to me, because I was too scared for the longest time to say what I wanted to say about how VShojo treated me, because I didn't want to get ostracized by people in VShojo. I didn't want to have industry connections get ruined, and I didn't want to look like someone who was crashing out on the internet for no reason, because I feel like I have that perception a lot of the time, and there's a lot of stuff that I've experienced behind the scenes that I've never spoken about from various companies that I've worked with, VShojo being one of them. So for those that don't know and that are out of the loop, essentially VShojo was one of the biggest. There's 3 big VTuber agencies. There's Niji-Sanji, there's Whole Live, and there's VShojo. VShojo was one of the biggest ones, and a lot of my friends joined it from previous agencies. A lot of my friends are currently in it or were in it. It just pretty much collapsed the other day. But essentially, some of my friends weren't getting paid. So they left the company and they stole $500,000 from a charity organization that was for people with common immune deficiency, which is chronic disease that is, there's so many different flavors and fonts to it, and it can affect you in so many negative ways. But as someone that has a chronic disease myself, it's very upsetting to see this big ass company steal $500,000 from a charity that essentially saves lives like this. And essentially they stole $500,000 from Iron Mouse's subathon, where she was raising money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation is what she was raising money for. That's what IDF stands for. And so she was raising money for that, and they stole a bunch of it. They didn't pay her. I know a couple of my other friends didn't get paid for a while, and I always was confused from an outsider looking at how VShojo worked from a business perspective, because they didn't take a percentage of your income off the top of your stream revenue. And as someone who used to be as a part of one of the biggest VTuber agencies, I don't really understand how that works. Here's what I want to say. And I want to be very clear. I don't want to make this.
I think everybody was confused about that.
About myself, although I kind of am. This is more like I'm finally able to speak about this because there is no more VShojo. The company is pretty much collapsed. None of their talents work there anymore. They all quit within the past 48 hours. So I feel like I don't have to worry about getting blacklisted in the industry anymore by speaking about what I experienced. I mean, I didn't experience anything that bad, but I do feel like it was just shady, and it's not, in my opinion, ethical business practices in the way that I was treated. And I know I'm not the only one that they've done this to. I've spoken to people that they've done this to, and people have been tweeting about it too. Other content creators that went through the same thing I did on Twitter recently. Essentially, what happened to me is VShojo was trying to poach me from my old agency. They were, and listen, I'll be honest, I was ecstatic about this, bitch. I wanted that. I was like, to the heavens of God, because VShojo seemed like a much better opportunity.
All right, so VShojo tried to poach them. So this is the second account where we have like statements where Niji-Sanji talents say that VShojo were trying to poach them from Niji-Sanji. Sayu, things were going bad at Niji-Sanji. She hadn't terminated her contract yet, and she was in talks with Niji. Now same with Quinn. Try to poach them.
And at the time, it very much so was. And so I originally was inquired about this when I was working at my old company. I was hearing through people that they were asking around about me. I saw some screenshots about them asking around about me. They were asking around about me, and I think someone else. I'm not really too sure. I don't want to speak for anyone else. But they were asking around about me. And so I, thinking it was a good opportunity, was proactive and just DM'd the CEO, you know? I was like, hey, homie, what's good? I've been hearing shit, you know? You gonna say something? What's good? And then eventually, they're like, oh, hey, whatever. Essentially, they were like, we don't like to reach out to people that are still working at other places because we feel like it can cause issues. And I was like, okay. So eventually I was in talks with them on Twitter on my old account that I no longer have access to. And I also cleared the DMs so that I wouldn't get in trouble with my old job. And I was talking to them for a while, and like, essentially they were kind of more inquired about like, hey, are you interested in joining? We want to gauge your interest. So in my mind, they already wanted me to join, or they were like heavily considering it, right? And so I eventually, I met up with the CEO in person a few times at TwitchCon like 2 years ago. I went to some industry event party. I was talking to the managers. I talked to 2 different managers and the CEO directly multiple times through DMs, Twitter, and in person. And essentially what I got from the whole circumstances was, hey, we're interested. We just want to know like what you want to do. And I was like, great. So I told him exactly what I wanted to do. And you guys have to remember, at the time, I was one of the most popular male talents in the industry, right? Like now I'm not, but back then I was. And so I was scared that leaving my old agency, I would have no viewers and support would wane heavily because I was no longer with them. And I signed NDAs, so I can't promote my new stuff or anything like that. I signed 0 NDAs with VShojo, so I can say literally whatever the fuck I want, as long as it's the truth. I met up with them a bunch. I want to say that like personable wise, and my conversations with everyone was very pleasant. They treated me very well from like a person to person, like we're talking about ABC thing. Like they were, like Gunnar was nice to me in person. The managers that I spoke to, which I'm not going to name drop because I don't want to cause any issues, were nice to me in person. They were very personable and they were very professional. That wasn't really the problem.
Wait, the industry party? There is a photo of that with him and Connor as well as Mousy on iPad. Ooh, connecting the dots here.
Issue was
Big
they
memory.
essentially they were talking to me about joining or the potential of joining, and they were being kind of like finicky or non-committal about it. And essentially they said something along the lines of, we cannot pursue this fully until you leave your current company. So essentially saying like, hey, once you leave, we can go forward with this. And now I'm not an idiot. I know that the entertainment industry is vitriolic and people are shady.
Yeah.
So I took this with a grain of salt, and I didn't just leave my old company for the sake of joining VShojo, because I knew that would be a dumbass idea if they turned around and were like, actually, never mind, you know? So I knew that was a bad idea. However, I would be lying to you guys if I said it didn't heavily sway my decision to some regard. I wanted to leave anyways. I wanted to do new stuff, but them also wanting to approach me around the time that I wanted to leave seemed like a very interesting like mesh of interest. I was like, oh, great. It's even more reason to leave. So I didn't leave for the sole purpose of doing that, because I knew it was just not smart. Nothing had been signed. So they had no like promises to me, right? But they pretty much said like, hey, we like you, but like discussion wise, we can't do anything until you leave. Give us your timeline of events. So I gave them my timeline of events. I told them like, hey, around like, I think like February, I'll be ready to like re-debut. They're like, okay, cool. And they proceeded to kind of still talk to me. I left my old company. And then when I was talking to them again, they were kind of like, yeah, let me like get back to the management team now that you have more stuff sorted with like your time.
For real, dude. VShojo's entire mantra is we operate on trust, and they're the least people you need to trust, because they literally fuck, what's the word? You know, when you make somebody, they strung along everybody. That's the word I was looking for. They strung along everybody.
You have like, I had my model done, I had like XYZ.
Trust me, bro.
And then essentially out of nowhere, they like were like, yeah, we're gonna schedule this and you know discuss it. They were like, well, no, never mind.
Oh, we got a raid. Edda, Hengist, and our viewers have just raided. Welcome, everybody. We're just watching Quinn talk about his experience with VShojo. Welcome, everybody. Come on in. I hope you guys had a great stream.
They said, yeah, thanks for your interest. Thanks for meeting up with us. Thanks for your time. We can't move forward right now. After I left my agency, after I had given them a timeline, after I met up with them twice, after you were asking around about me, and the reason this pissed me off is two things. One, if I was dumb and I left my old agency for the sake of joining them under this like false pretense or promises or seeming like conversation that was had in person where they were saying, yeah, we're interested in you. We want to know what you want from us. If I would have left my agency just for that and then they would have pulled this, I would have been completely like, I would have been screwed over. Now, like I said, I've done entertainment since I was 13. I know how these false promises go. I didn't expect it 100% because I never signed anything, right? And even some people on Twitter now have been coming out saying they did sign something and they still got 180. So this has happened to a lot of other people. There are a lot of people on Twitter and other YouTubers that have come out and said, yeah, essentially like they did the same thing. They signed it and then they gave them like hush money to stay quiet. I never got hush money.
Did they give him any reasons not to pick him up though?
But I was kind of led on to think that like I was going to join, and thankfully I was smart enough to be like, I want to leave anyways, and didn't fully jump ship for this new opportunity. But it just seemed very odd that they were approaching me initially. They were asking around about me. I was like, hey, I heard you asking around about me. They're like, hey, let's talk, let's do this, let's meet here, all this stuff, and then proceeded to kind of just be like, yeah, never mind. After all of that, and
dude, it's the same thing as with Sayu and with that other girl that said she applied in 2019.
And I was kind of like upset about this for a while. And I was upset also for another reason, because I delayed my like debut prep and timeline, and a lot of stuff was kind of like up in the air because I was waiting on them to get back to me at certain points, because they were being like very like non-committal about it. They were being like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And they were trying to like kind of string me along for as long as possible. And I was trying to like really like, I was like, hey, like, what's happening? Like, I have this ready. And I could have easily, I eventually just got sick of this. I kind of was like, okay, I think this is like not happening at this point. It had been like a few months. And I kind of told them, I'm debuting on this date. If you're interested, tell me now. If not, I'm debuting on this date. I just kind of told them like, I'm done. And then they were like, okay, yeah, we're like not interested. Or they said that beforehand. Or they said, we're not moving forward at this time. Like, we'll consider you in the future or something. But yeah, they kind of like 180'd on me. And my theory is like, they didn't have enough money to bring on new talent at the time. But then they debuted new people afterward. And right around the time that I was going to get picked up by them, they swapped me out and picked up someone else. Because I asked this other person to see like, hey, well, I don't know if this is what they did, but I asked another person that is my friend, and I was like, hey, like, when did they approach you? And they were like, this time period. And that was right around the time that they stopped talking to me. So I was kind of like, damn, I don't know. And for a while, it upset me because it made me feel like I wasn't good enough to join a company again, or that I wasn't like worth it, or I don't know. I was upset that they wasted my time. And also like, if I were leaving to join their company, they would have completely f***ed me over. But since I was smarter than that, and I knew like this is probably finicky, I didn't dive in fully for that. But I don't know, I talked to friends about it at the time, and they're like, yeah, it kind of seems like you got let on. And I talked to another friend of mine that you guys don't know who this is, but they are another content creator, and I pretty much talked to them about this, and they were like, yeah, the exact same thing happened to me.
No way.
And I was like, oh, great. So my theory is they thought girls were more profitable, and so they swapped me out with a girl, which is whatever. Same company, the guy that I had that had the same thing happen to him is not in any previous employment situation I was with, and I've never interacted with them publicly. You don't even know who they are. Not all of my content creator friends I collab with, guys. Like, you know, but yeah, and they had the same situation where someone reached out and was like, hey, we're interested in you. We're interested in you. And then they were like, Lamau, never mind. So it was just upsetting because I felt like they wasted like 3-4 months of my time. I went down and met up with them in person. I don't know. It was a little crushing at the time. I was a little upset about it because I really thought like, oh yeah, this is, you know, some security if I leave. Like I have another company I can join or another family I can find, because I hadn't.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Michi or Matara was the first to get in VShojo, right? Then she got everybody else in. So I guess it could be Michi if we're speculating.
Been an indie content creator at that point for like 2-3 years. And I wasn't the only, the reason I'm saying this is I wasn't the only person they did this to. They did this to a lot of people. There are people on Twitter, like other content creators. I've heard other stories of them doing this. I just don't want to speak on behalf of others. But I've heard other groups or other like audition periods where they did the same thing. So they were very finicky with a lot of people, or very like non-committal, or kind of like, yeah, it was weird. And I don't know, for a while it upset me, but I was kind of like, damn, like, I don't know. It just felt shitty. And then I kind of was like,
is there anybody that VShojo didn't screw over? Like, it's insane.
I didn't want to say anything, or I didn't want to ever allude to the fact that I had this happen, because like I said, it's very scary when like you feel like you're done dirty in like an industry like this where it's all relationship based. And
true, they haven't screwed me over yet. Rima even star.
I didn't want to say something bad about VShojo, and then some of the VShojo talents that I'm either friends with or look up to are like, he's bad-mouthing company we work for, and they don't actually know what happened to me probably, because just because you work for someone doesn't mean you know what your CEO is up to and who they're talking to on the side, right?
Yeah.
So then I might look like I'm crazy, or I'm like speaking about it for attention. And I don't know, I feel like I had a lot of support on my debut anyway, so I wasn't too worried about it. That was kind of what happened to me. And so I feel like, I don't know, I feel like in terms of business practices, they were very shady. I don't know. I just feel like my thing is, the reason I want to say something is because like I'm not the only one. I know there are other people that definitely experienced this, and I want to say like,
it's not professional at all. Yeah. They should have said, you know, they should have been more transparent, saying like, you know, we're not sure about it yet. I got to run this through other people. I don't know.
If you did experience this, like me, you can do it on your own. Like I try not to let it shoot your confidence.
Because it's a big move.
It's too much. I mean, for me, it definitely did kill my confidence for a while. I was upset. I'm very like, I don't get upset that easily. I was kind of like over it in like a week. I was like, well, I have to just grind harder, I guess. Yeah, I kind of felt like I got the rug pulled out from under me after they were like hyping up the possibility of me joining for a while. And my experience wasn't bad enough for me to even address it prior to this anyways, in my opinion. I'm more so speaking about this to add validity to like everyone else's story that's coming out, because I feel like they did move shady in a lot of spaces and industries. And
I mean, he is corroborating what a lot of other people have said, including Sayu.
I feel like you guys should take what Iron Mouse, you know, and all the other members about the company say like very seriously. Don't speculate on like additional stuff. If anyone else says something, then I guess you can listen to them. But yeah, I don't know. And I like before the stream like scrub through DMs with these people to make sure I'm not like lying or like not like forgetting what happened. And so I do have like proof of this stuff, but I'm not going to show it. I feel like that's kind of messy. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want you guys to equate my situation at all to any of the current members or what Mouse went through, because that stuff is dead ass crazy. Like, it's dead ass crazy. I'm more so speaking about this to add validity to everyone else's story that like.
Did they assume they wanted him, or did he assume? No. I think there was genuine interest. He said he met with them IRL multiple times. He met with the CEO. He met with at least 2 managers. He spoke to them in Twitter, DMs, and in person. I mean, this is like, once you meet the CEO, you can really meet somebody higher.
They have some questionable business practices. Yeah, I guess what I can take away from this is I have always said this, and I feel like people always get mad at me for saying this, especially on Twitter, because people take it as like a dig at my old workplace, which is not what I mean when I say this. It's not supposed to be a dig at my old workplace at all. It's me just being honest and saying you should support talents over companies that they're with, because without the talent, the company has nothing, and the talent is what makes the company interesting and is why you're interested in the company. Yeah, the company might find a certain genre of talent you like. They are what make these companies function, and they are what should be valued over these companies. And every time I say this, people act like I'm digging at my old workplace. That is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying my old workplace was stealing money from us like VShojo did. They never did that. Okay, I'm just saying this is another lesson to my testament that the talent is the important thing. You're watching the stream because of the talent.
Yeah, it's true. They didn't steal. They had a very low. They had a very low like merge cut. Basically, they had 2% instead of 0%. And that's still, well, 2 is higher than 0. 2 is higher than 0.
Not because there's some name attached to it.
Low, but they delivered. Hey.
If the talent was boring, you wouldn't watch it. You're like, oh, the group dynamic in this company. Okay, great. If all of those, if they all dropped the company name, went indie, and had that same group dynamic outside of it, you would find it just as entertaining, right? So that's my hot take or whatever, is just support the talents, which I don't think should be that crazy. But every time I've said this on Twitter, I get villainized like I'm trying to.
Hey, but you know, maybe when you think about it, Niji-sanji did take my advice. Set the bar low. Start by sucking. Do you guys remember when I gave that advice and I said start by sucking and then build up the expectations as you go? Yeah. That's a 2024 Rima advice.
make a dig or shit talk companies I've worked with in the past. It's not the point. It didn't happen to me. Yo, guys, VShojo, they're sending already to my house.
What?
Guys, bless up. I'm screwed. It's over. They found me out, bro. They found out my location. Guys, if you don't hear from me in 4 to 5 business days, I got taken out by the ninjas, the hit team, the lawyers, the NDA. They're coming for. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna sit here until the shit is done. Just cook me, bro. Just cook me.
No fucking way that his fire alarm went off. That's the perfect ending to this video. That's the perfect outro. No. Philly D showing Rima before me is the beginning of my Joker villain. No! Don't come for me! Don't come for me, False! We can still be friends! We can stand side by side, I swear! I swear! You know, if it was up to me, I'd drag you there. You know that, homie. I'm done, guys. Oh.
But yeah, she's...
I hope he's okay with me showing this. I kind of like didn't think it through. Buff drops a huge bomb on why she hated VShojo since day one. Oh, so she hated VShojo before it was cool.
She's just very sweet. She's like the kindest person I know outside of, you know, Vichiban and, you know, my other friends. And I just cherish her a lot. And it was already really hard for her to like trust people in general. She has a really hard time with that. She talks about it on stream all the time. So you guys bounce here often?
Hey Mel.
So you guys like bounce here often? Or like what's up? Like what's going on? Bounce on a deo? That's me. Yes, actually, that's crazy. That's crazy that you actually said that. Yeah, she has a really hard time trusting people, and I've seen her grow as a person from like what the four plus years I've known her. She's grown so much, like just from when I first met her, and to have someone like with that, I think as someone who also has a lot of trust issues, I think it really just pisses me off a lot because I understand that. Damn, Leo, lighten the mood, am I right? Wink. Thanks, Leo. Yeah, as someone who also has PTSD and like PTSD, and I don't go into it a lot. It is hard to trust people, and especially because not to make it about me or anything. However, me and Vichiban have been through similar situations, as you guys know, stabbing in DC and stuff like that, where we have trusted people, and it has come to my attention that the same exact stuff kind of happened. I get really frustrated because I know from experience that it's going to take her a really long time just to trust anyone I guess like what was once her safe space for streaming because her life was really difficult, has now become like a tiptoe eggshell bomb. And it just upsets me because I relate. I get it, you know? I feel the same way. I feel that I've had a lot of instances where I don't trust a lot of people. There's a reason why I only hang out with like the people that I hang out with. I don't believe in transactional friendships. And I just have a hard time trusting people. And so to watch like one of my best friends have to do this all over again is really frustrating. It's frustrating. Sorry for bouncing a lot. Sorry for bouncing on it, yo. I just don't want to pull like a me crying 2.0 because I will get yelled at. And also I just don't think it helps anybody. So bounce on it, Queen. Thanks. I will. Yeah. So I think from that point of view, it makes me really frustrated and sad, and I just want the best for her. And I feel like a lot of people have taken advantage of her kindness. And I feel like those same people may garner attention from this. And it frustrates me. Like, you know, obviously the elephant in the room, the Mr. Runaway Man, classic example. Like, I just, you know, it just makes me sad. It just makes me sad. You know, I hope you understand the Runaway Man. I hope you understand. I don't want to say his name. The Mr. owned the company. I'm Mr. Running. Yeah, I just, you know, that guy. I don't know, man. Also, like, obviously I don't want to like say too much or like say the wrong thing where people speculate, because that's like the worst thing too. Is when people like when I say something or if someone else says something and they're like, oh, she said this one word weird. That means that like Goku's Goku's a part of VShojo. He's been around the entire time. He has 8 balls. Like, how did we not see this coming? You know what I mean? Like, I just like, I knew it, guys. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, 8 balls. Damn, he has all. Holy shit, dude. What the? What the fuck? Yeah. I don't know. As someone who has dealt with,
But she doesn't say who her friend is, right?
I think another thing that frustrates me about, I guess I'll just say the company, is that I haven't liked VShojo for a very long time. I think you guys could probably have got picked up on that for a long time. I've always been like, I fucking hate corpos. Corpos suck. Don't care. Idol culture sucks ass. Don't fucking care. And I guess it's kind of interesting to like see the memes coming out, because I'm like, holy fuck, like now everyone doesn't like. I have my.
Is she saying? Wait, is she saying that she doesn't like idol culture, or is it just she doesn't give a shit about that? She doesn't like VShojo for her own reasons.
Own reasons for not liking the company. The talent,
okay.
I appreciate all of them. They're all sweet and kind and try their best to do what is the right thing. And that's why I've been friends with Mouse for so long, because I don't give a fuck what she was a part of or what it was or whatever. I like Mouse for Mouse. I've always hung out.
Oh, she's talking about Mouse. Okay.
With her offline and on stream, and I like her for her. I don't, that part has never, if anything.
Oh, she's always with Mouse. I didn't know that because I don't watch a lot of Buff, but thank you for providing me with this info. And she ended up mentioning Mouse, so yeah, it's probably that.
If anything, she knows I was their biggest hater.
With the power of deduction, we figured it out, Chet.
If anything, anytime we talked, I would always be like, I don't think that, and I'd just be like, that's how I would be all the time. So I think that she's aware that I was kind of their biggest hater, because the frustration of her going so far out of her way for them all the time, and then not having the reciprocating feelings, it would always frustrate me. I've always hated that, and I've always low-key said it. I just don't like corpos. I just don't like it. I've low-key said that. Not even low-key, high-key. I will die on this fucking hill, chat. I have literally said that for years. I do not like corporations. I do not, and I just will die on this fucking hill. I just will. I don't care. And I've gotten shit for it. I have had people be like, well, you're just a stupid idiot. And I'm like, okay, well, true, but okay, true, but like that doesn't mean that like my point is invalid, or like, like what are you talking about?
Okay, true. Dude, false is so funny. He said I can show it. And he says, but also, you just made it. He sent me a gift. You just made an enemy for life. Why does he have the funniest jokes? Oh my god. Why is everybody funnier than me, chat? You heard it here first. This is the start of the false ex-Rima rivalry. That's right. That's right. My ultimate rival. It's the start of a new arc.
I've been saying it since like forever. I just don't know, from personal experience, and also from as
breaking news
publicly, not only with VShojo, but with other companies. I feel like it's just you know what happens. This is what happens. This is what happens with corporate businesses. Okay, it's a lot of how do I say this? It feels like a lot of like guys come in and they're like, hey girls, come over here, you know, come do this fun little dancing thing you do, make me some money. And then everyone's like, oh, opportunity. Woo! And then it just feels very like, you know what I mean? Come do that song and dance you like doing, huh? Come make me some money. And then it's a lot of like guys coming in pretending to play business, if that makes sense. Like they come in and they're like, yeah, I got injected with $1 million. I'm gonna like wrap a car.
Oh, hey, that's a direct jab to VShojo. Sheesh! She's going straight for the jugular.
The money on my talent, why don't I go wrap 3 cars? Like it just feels very like, and I've said this behind the scenes so many times, like it just feels very like they don't
Damn!
You know what I mean? And of course I love Mousy and I love her very much, so obviously I would never say this stuff publicly until today, but like it just feels very it feels like a lot of guys coming in and playing Monopoly. You know what I mean? It feels very playing business. I am playing businessman.
I think Iron Mouse's no, everybody's goodwill towards Iron Mouse has protected VShojo from a lot of criticism over the years, because I know for a fact that I absolutely adore Iron Mouse. I think she's a queen. She's an inspiration. She's one of the first VTubers that I've ever discovered. So obviously nobody wants to do something that could potentially hurt her or harm her home, or and because everybody trusts her, I mean, by extension, they also like kind of trusted the company. Not that it's her fault at all. I'm not saying that at all, but it's like, because we respect her so much, it probably played into that, She is a hero. She is, yes. She's a survivor. She's a hero. And then they have all of these other really amazing talent, good people. Yeah, Zen, Mel, Henya. So,
because a lot of times, I mean, I'll just say this with us making VShojo.
yeah, it kind of feels like calling out VShojo. It's like calling out Mavsi because she was the face of it.
And if you guys don't know, VShojo's like my little group that I made, which is not an agency. I've said this since day one. It's not for many reasons, this being one of them. But there's things that we'll go do, and we'll be like, hey, do you have like the contract for this? And they'll be like, I didn't even know you needed that. And I'm sitting there like, cool. I love playing business with a lot of these.
Sorry. The horse rivalry. I'm fucking dead. The horse rivalry starts here. Oh wait, that means I'm admitting to being a horse. No, never mind. No, continue the video.
These companies, you guys play business really bad. Like really bad. And so a lot of my experience has been like, that's been my experience with the businessman. And when you guys always make the joke of John Vichibon, I laugh because all I can think about with John Vichibon is a guy with a Monopoly mustache with like, I am playing businessman. That's why it's so funny to me, because it's not a guy that exists, because he shouldn't exist, because he can only play business with his Monopoly money. Yeah, he's actually all of it. So yeah, as someone, I saw someone being like, why were you VShojo's biggest hater? I will say that I was their biggest hater since the first applications went out. That was when I think that was when Mouse and I first started talking outside of our little interactions. It was like in 2020 or something like that. Because we talked before that, and I think that she was actually one of the people that was like, oh, you should apply. And I was like, okay. And so I don't remember how we applied, but I remember all of Vichimon at the time applied. And I remember I've never talked about this ever. I've never talked about this ever in my entire life. And I'm sure Rose would probably talk about it too. But obviously at the time, it was like a lot of people.
Rose, she said? That's another VTuber?
Applied for the what's it called, like the company or whatever. Everybody was super excited. They're like, oh my god, a Western company that's like not it. But it's just kind of like that was like the thing at the time. Okay, and so we all applied. 6 months ago.
Oh, Rose Doodle. Okay.
Go by. No talks. Nothing happens. I don't hear anything. I'm constantly emailing them all the time for all of Vichimon. We're like, hey, because like I said, we all applied. Okay, we all fucking applied.
Jesus.
It gets to like 8 months. Okay, it gets to like 8 months. And we're like, hey, what's going on? I actually canceled. I was so invested into this chat, which shame on me. I shouldn't have been. Okay. Shame on me. Like I literally shouldn't have been. But I actually canceled one of my last family trips that, which obviously you can't see the future, but I canceled a family trip because I was waiting for an answer, because I was like, this could change my career basically.
Well, yeah, dude, they strung along so many fucking people. What's the count at this point? It's like, oh fuck, Rima maths. There's at least 4 people there, and then there's Sayu, and there's Quinn, and then there's that friend. So like 7. All right, it's not that many finally.
And so I,
Oh yeah, there's Mint, so that's 8, and then there's the other. Yeah, there's Mint, and then there's that other girl that applied in 2019, so that's 9. Good thing I counted in my head, because I was just gonna throw the number 20 out there, but it's far from 20.
Was waiting. I stayed home. I was like waiting for them to email me, and then I think they didn't even email me. I think I could have went on the trip, and then it would have been fine. Because then I think they emailed 2 weeks afterwards, and they emailed all of us, and they're like, "Hey, sorry, you didn't get past round 1, blah blah whatever." And I was like, "Okay, like that's fine, whatever." Except Rose.
Oh yeah, Shy Lily and Shondo too, so that's 2 more. So that's like 11. The audition-y, I think it's 4 in total, so I counted them. But there are some unknown one too. So VShojo saves Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse gives VShojo rep. VShojo hires on VTubers and wages. Too many wages. VTubers, not technically corpo, by law, squanders money, goes into debt, pays wages, and not VTuber. I know, right? It's all upside down. I know.
Did. Okay. Rose did get past the first initial thing and actually was appointed to try to get interviewed at the time. And I think it was because, if I'm gonna be honest, I think it was because Rose had the most viewership out of all of us. And also, she's just a great gal, you know? She's just a great gal and she deserves to do something cool. And I think that she fit the vibe at the time. I think that they looked at all 4 of us because we all applied together. And in our little thing, we were like, hey, I would like to be with my friends. You know what I mean? And so I think that when they looked at our applications, we all got it at the same time. So it makes me feel like they looked at it all at the same time. Because I had other past friends that also applied and they got it at different times. So it makes me think that they looked at ours at the same time. Anyways, Rose got passed, and she was again 2-3 months out again. At this point, okay, we're all sitting here like, dude, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Because that's like our best friend. Like, what's gonna happen? Where is she gonna go? Are they gonna talk to her or whatever? This is the part. I don't know if Rose has talked about this part. I think she has. So 2-3 months go by. Okay. 2-3 months go by. Okay. And okay, hi, how you doing?
I like her sound effects.
And she gets there. She's about to do the interview, and like she's like at the point where it's like you do the interview, you're in. Okay, like that's like where she's at. Okay.
Wait, is this from the stream? Yeah, it is. Fuck.
And it was like round 4. Yeah, it was like round 4. It was like she's like there basically. Okay. And then at the point where she gets there, they're like, hey. By the way, this has been a year. I think it's been a year and a month at this point. At this point, it's been like a year and a month that we have waited from all the way from the beginning. Okay. And waited. It's been a long time, dude. It's been a long time. We get there and they send her an email. And the email is like, hey, we decided, even though that you were going to get interviewed for VShojo or whatever, we have decided to just cancel all applications because we just.
Dude, the way she uses the sound effect to emphasize her story is kind of funny. Like, it's really given the vibe here. We just need one more VTuber, and then we can have the VShojo Dirty Dozen. True, Jacob.
We just want to pick someone. And Rose was like, oh, okay. And so the year of torment, okay?
I feel in feet.
We were like canceling trips. We were like trying to figure out what to do with our best friend. We were like doing all this other stuff. We were like delaying the stuff that we wanted to do because we were wanting to do stuff together. Hence why BG Mom wasn't made, you know, earlier, and like all this other stuff. And we were like, okay, like blah, 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 whatever. The part that gets me. The part, Victor, I know you're gonna laugh. The part that gets me is that because they like canceled it, they were like, hey, would you like a $500 voucher?
Wait, so the $500 is real. So if you go through the entire audition process and you don't get in, they just hand you $500? Maybe that's why they were going bankrupt.
Okay. You want
consolation prize?
I can't. They were like, sorry for wasting your time. Here's like $500. And then I was like, and we all sat there and we're like, cool, cool. That is so cool. That is so cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's what happened to Bree. Oh yeah, Bree is another one. So that's 12 with Bree. So it's like the kind of people that try to patch problems with money, you know, it never really works. Never really works.
And thanks for wasting a year of our lives. I really appreciate that. So ever since then, I have not been a very big fan of VShojo because they have pissed me off from day one. Day one, they made me angry. They made me really angry because my best friend, one of my best friends was very excited about it and was like changing some things in her personal life to like help with it. And you know, I just...
Wait, and Mina too. Mina did the audition.
It just made me angry. And then another thing that would make me angry, and this would also make Mouse angry too, is that, you know, anytime we wanted to hang out with Mouse, it was like a fucking like shitting contest. It was like, oh, well, are you friends with the talents? Because I won't let you join our little server to come hang out with our, and then like, we would all be like, hello, like, we just want to hang out together. Like, can we just like hang out together? And they're like, well, I don't know how well you know them. And it's just like, it would always be this like shitting contest. It always felt like this like glass ceiling trying to the Minecraft picture, like it always felt like.
What's this glass ceiling expression? I know about like a glass house. What's a glass ceiling? That's too Like, oh, you gotta be connected. Well, what about, I mean, you can become friends with people. I don't know. If you don't know them, what do you have to know everybody in advance?
Like, I was like, damn, I just want to hang out with my f***ing friend that I hang out with offline. Can I just please f***ing hang out with her? Like, that's what it felt like all the time. Can I please just hang out with my friend? Please, buff brand risk pup. Literally, like literally. It just felt very, I just have not been a fan since day one. I'm gonna be real, I think that
Oh, it means you can see the top, but you can't get there. Oh, I know a new expression now that I will definitely manage to fumble somehow.
it's where my it's where I started my I hate corporate shit. I'm gonna be real. Ever since Rose, that happened to Rose, I was like, nah, fuck this. And then obviously VTuber
okay.
had
Thank
their
you.
own run-ins with some people that obviously I won't go into detail about that because that is like stuff that, you know, everything as Demon Dice I saw tweeted earlier, everything will be
True. So this was at the beginning, so they hired Haruka during that time.
revealed at some point. And I think that Karma, and I say this often, Karma is a beautiful lady. Karma is a gorgeous lady. Love her. She is hot as fuck. All right. Love her. Okay. She is gorgeous. Drop dead gorgeous. Okay. And anyone says Karma's just scared
Okay,
of
I'm
her.
hurrying
Okay?
up,
I think she's a
Kimchi.
beautiful lady. And I think at some point, maybe in the future, I will be able to talk about stuff that's happened to us personally. Not related to VShojo. This is like a whole bunch of other stuff that personally happened to us, whatever. You know, stabbing and
I don't know if I believe that karma, and I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, you know, we keep seeing that karma will go around and karma's a bitch, but then how come all these horrible people get away with shit, you know, in the world, if that's really the case? So yeah, I don't know if I believe about karma. That's my little, you know, philosophy Rima tangent. At this point, is there anyone VShojo doesn't owe money to? True. At this point, I think on Twitter, the people that VShojo hasn't screwed over should be the ones speaking out. And there might be less tweets coming out at this point. Yes.
DC and all that fun stuff. But I think it's like the same boat where a lot of people like to come into the VTubing space to play business and they just end up a lot of vulnerable people that just want to have a fun time and do really cool things. You know, it is very enticing when someone comes up to you and says, basically, hey, you're gonna make a big kid, you want to do this really cool thing, and then you're like, yeah, like it just, I think that's like what VTubing, like from the back end feels like. But I have trust issues and I don't trust no that tells me anything like that. I always say, show it to me in writing before I do anything. Okay. So, yeah, that sounds great. Honestly,
True, Edda. Where's the money, VShojo?
And even though that I'm like that, I've still been debated into things. I have still been scammed. I think a lot of people, and the reason why I'm talking about myself a lot is because, again, I don't want to go into personal details about Mao's stuff. She'll talk about her stuff. But I feel like we've just all been through that. You know, it gets tiring. I'm tired, dude. I'm just tired. I'm tired of people coming in playing business and then expecting that they're not going to get caught, or that one thing I'll say about the VTuber community is that everybody is very hush hush until things get revealed. A lot of people know a lot of things, and everyone's doing it out of courtesy, okay? Because we care about each other and we don't want to f up people's jobs. You know what I mean? I think if somebody was to release the Black Book, I think it would affect a lot of people's jobs.
The Black Book or the Burn Book, huh? So yes, there is a culture in VTubing where, I mean, VTubers avoid talking about controversial topics. It's just not very encouraged. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Well, a lot of VTubers, first of all, just want to keep it positive, keep it friendly. And yeah, people, for the same reason she also mentioned is another one. It's a small community. It's a very small community. It looks big, but it gets smaller and smaller as you navigate through it.
And nobody wants that. Nobody wants to affect people's jobs. I think everybody just wants to be cordial and just, it's like going to an office and then being like, oh, hey, I don't like Joe Schmo over there, but like, I'm gonna be cordial and like work with them. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I think a lot of this stuff doesn't get said until the person is ready to say it. And I don't want to bring up this situation because it still is affecting a lot of us, but you know, with the fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like you go do that and we'll be here to support it. So it's just kind of like, a lot of people don't say anything until that person. And I love that about the VTuber community, because I think that respecting your coworkers and friends is very important. I see a lot of like drama channels wanting to like say a whole bunch of shit and be like, I can't, blah, 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 blah. But I feel like the drama channels really just don't know what's going on and they just want to make a quick buck. And you know what? Make your bag of guys. like when it comes to like,
well, thank you, Buff Pup. I will.
This kind of stuff, I really just don't think that's what it is. Yeah, I just really just don't think they know what the actual stuff is happening. And the actual stuff, we're all adults. We can be cordial about it and talk about it in a professional manner and not have it be this huge like shit fest, because that's the last thing we want. And
Yeah, the thing is that there's two truths. There's the one that the public knows, and then there's the one that people talk about behind the scenes. When you go to Offkai, when you meet people, when you meet people in person, you tell things to them that you probably wouldn't tell in writing, for example. So there's like this group of people that know or that get warned about things like, oh, don't work with this person, they're not trustworthy. And then there's the rest of us fools who aren't aware of that, unfortunately. And all we can do is work with what is publicly available to us and work with what's being revealed, and the rest of the stuff is speculations. And as long as, I guess, we do have to make a distinction between what's confirmed and what's speculations, as long as you make a good disclaimer, I think it's fine. Is it because a VTuber culture tries to keep real life outside of the space unless it directly affects it? Not necessarily real life, but more like controversial topics, because there's a lot of escapism involved. Mm-hmm.
I'm very proud of Mouse for saying something, and I'm very proud of her for making the video. However, I know this is like the last thing she wanted to do because nobody wants to get on basically public television, I would call it, and say this shit. Because you don't know how people are going to react. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if people are going to be upset with you, especially because she was VShojo. She literally, again, the last person she thought about was herself. That was the last person she thought about. So it is so scary for her to come out and like say something like that. So, and I think, yeah, my little...
You should not feel called out by that, Buff is just yapping, talk about others. It's fine. I don't take it personally at all. Like, most people, you know, they have this, this view of drama channels. Now, you may think I'm one, you may think I'm not one. That's totally fine. I try not to adhere to labels. I just let my content speak for itself. But most people, once they meet me, once they look at my content, they're like, oh, you're actually not like that. And I usually get a lot of compliments. So it's always been like that with me. I just let myself speak for myself. I prove myself in other ways. Sometimes it takes a little time. Sometimes you got to work a little bit harder to earn people's trust, to earn people's respect. But that's always how I rolled. Like, I've never had something just handed to me, or I never like just came into a space and, you know, people like me right away. So I'm used to having to work for that. So I really don't mind it. I see it as a challenge, actually. And when you see everything as a challenge, you can rise above. Let the horse model speak for itself. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, so Iron Mouse's stream is gonna start. So maybe let's get ready to raid that. No, I think Buff Up's cool. I like her energy a lot. I feel like she'd be the kind of person that'd be fun to hang out with IRL as well. She looks really, really fun. All right, I'm gonna raid Kohaku here. Raid Iron Mouse. Oh, it was delayed? Well, we can still pre-raid. I'm sorry, I'm gonna need half an hour more. I hope... Oh, whoops, sorry. She says, I'm sorry, I'm gonna need half an hour more. I hope that's okay. So 9 p.m. ET. Yes. You have my permission, Iron Mousey. I don't know why I called her like that. I just finished a White Claw, guys. I'm getting a little tipsy. I should probably end stream before I embarrass myself further. Thanks for hanging out. Tungsten rat. Thanks for hanging out, guys, and I'll see you soon. Probably will stream tomorrow again. I'm gonna roll. Love you. Bye bye.